Chair Russell, I can confirm we are streaming to YouTube. You can call the meeting to order.
Thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Budget Committee meeting for February 4th, 2022. It is 9:31 a.m. I am Paul Russell. I am the councillor for Lower Sackville. I think I called the meeting to order, and if not, I'd like to call the meeting to order. And I'd like to acknowledge that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the Peace and Friendship Treaty signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. As we begin these virtual meetings, I'd like to run around the table and just make sure that everybody has power and an audio video hookup to the meeting. So let's start with District 1 and Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues, and staff. I'm hoping we have power all day.
That would be nice. Some of us will have challenges. Councillor Hensby, good morning, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's going to be one of those days you kind of wish that the power does stay on and it warms up in the lights forms. But anyway, after the introductions, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a special comment in regards with the late Jerry Blumenthal.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Kent might be joining us a little bit later. District 4, Councillor Purdy, good morning.
Good morning. Great to wake up to power today. Very thankful and happy to be here from District 4.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Austin, District 5, good morning.
I'm here, Mr. Chair, ready to go.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Mancini, District 6, good morning.
All set to go in Dartmouth, Mr. Chair. Looking forward to a great day.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Mason, District 7, good morning.
Very happy to be here. Wondering what the threshold is for how many councillors have to lose power before the meeting shuts down. But
not very many.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. Good morning, Councillor Smith, District 8.
Morning, Chair and colleagues. I will probably be the first one to lose power since I lost power the other day for no reason. I guess salt fog maybe got to my lines, but happy to be here. Look forward to joining you all.
Thank you. Good morning, Councillor Cleary, District 9.
Good morning, colleagues and residents. Although my solar panels aren't producing electricity right now, my net metering is allowing me to get power from the grid, which I'm grateful for as long as it lasts. And the backup generator is ready to go should that fail too.
Oh, good stuff. Can you run the wires around the municipality so that we can stay in the meeting? Councillor Morris, District 10, good morning.
Good morning from Clayton Park, where the lights are still on. Very happy to be joining the meeting.
Good stuff. Councillor Cuttle had emailed me earlier that she has no power, so she will be joining a little bit later. Councillor Stoddard, District 12, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, and colleagues. And those watching from home, I hope you're all ready for the storm and you have your provisions. And if not, we will contact Councillor Cleary to hook us up. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Lovelace, District 13. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm coming to you from Hammonds Plains, and I just want to give a shout out to our municipal and provincial road crews who are out there working hard to make sure that our roads are up to snuff. I tell you, it's bad. So if you can stay home, please do. The roads are bad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blackburn, District 14. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Fingers crossed. So far, so good out here in the bunker.
Good stuff. Thank you. Councillor Outfit, District 16. Good morning.
Good morning to all from Bedford Wentworth. And I was going to say the exact same thing Pam did. You know, really shout out to those and thanks to those who are trying to keep our sidewalks and roads and highways safer. Be safe and thanks for being there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good to see everybody so far this morning.
Let's see how that goes. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And also, besides the road crews, we also got to thank our Nova Scotia power crews and contractors that are trying to keep our power maintained, and hopefully we'll see the light and stay warm and be safe. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, and fellow colleagues, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the passing of a colleague, Councillor Jerry Blumenthal. Many of you may know Jerry as Mr. B. Jerry was first elected in 1994 as an alderman for the city of Halifax, and in 1995, he and I and 21 others were elected in the super city elections, and we served in the HRM Council. In 1996, he served as council for District 11 for 10 years until 2004. He took a break, and then he came back, re-elected in 2008. He also served as our deputy mayor from the year 2001 term, and served as president at that time, the Union of Nova Scotia Municipalities, 2001-2002. Jerry was a lifelong resident of the Halifax area. He received his Bachelor of Education and Bachelor of Arts degree at Dalhousie. He retired as a teacher after 32 years of service to the school board for the area. Jerry and his wife have 4 children and 10 grandchildren. And Mr. Mayor, I ask that you send a letter of condolence and a sympathy card to Nancy and family. Jerry will be missed by many. He was quite a fellow, and he had a unique sense of humor, and it also showed in his ties. And today I'm wearing one of his ties he gave me. It's the Charlie Brown and Peanuts. He always thought council felt like about a peanut gallery from time to time. But anyway, I'm wearing this tie in honor of Jerry today. Mr. B, thank you, and I'll ask for a moment of silence in honor of Jerry Blumenthal, Municipal Councillor, the North End of Halifax. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for that touching tribute. Jerry will be missed by many. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes, and there are no minutes to approve in this meeting. Then we have the approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. Can I have a motion for that, please?
I so move.
Councillor Stoddard, thank you very much. A seconder? Would anybody like to second that?
I can second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Over to the clerk. Do we have any changes this morning?
Chair Russell, there are no changes to the agenda today from the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see anything from members of council. So all in favor of the order of business as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Great, thank you. That passes. We have an agenda. Call for declaration of conflicts of interest. Okay, seeing none, thank you. Next, we will have the public participation section of the meeting. As a reminder for those watching from home, in order to have signed up as a speaker, the deadline was 4:30 p.m. the business day prior to the hearing. We have 1 speaker signed up for today's meeting. Any member of the public who has registered with the clerk's office on this matter will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. When I call your name, you may unmute your mic and begin speaking. The speaker that we have today is Drew McQuinn. Drew, are you with us this morning?
I am here. Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Drew McQuinn. I'm a volunteer with the Halifax Climate Hub. The Halifax Climate Hub's mandate is to unite leading local individuals and organizations working on provincial and municipal climate initiatives to grow our voice and influence more effective climate action. My background is in business, finance, and investment. I'm also a resident of District 12, living there with my wife and 7-year-old son. I'm here to express my support for the Halifax Climate Action Plan and to ask for your support as well, and to vote in favor of funding Halifax 2050 in the upcoming budget. Climate change is an urgent global crisis, which many of us are still surprisingly unaware of how serious the situation has become. And even with official reports and details easily available to the public for review, people are still learning about it. If you have not yet reviewed the findings from the UN IPCC report on climate change, the numbers are genuinely concerning, to say the least. And given that the document is over 3,000 pages long, it's unlikely that many will read it. But there are numerous summaries that can easily be found online that point to key messages and data that can quickly bring readers to speed and are considered by some to be some of the most significant and important documents produced in recent history. The Halifax Climate Hub will be posting these links to the summaries on our website for those who wish to reference this material quickly. I'm here today to ask City Council to consider a vision for Halifax that I wish to offer. A vision that Halifax be viewed as a Canadian leader in climate action and sustainability. Why us? Not only is it the right thing to do, but because investing in our future is very important. Because with Halifax, we have a clear plan to do it and the right team here at City Council who understands how important this topic is. We have the knowledge and network with our community organizations, and we can lean on them to support this transition because we have the backing of the province and the Premier and the Environment Minister who over the last number of days have shown that net zero emissions is a priority for the province because it's now or never, and few are stepping up to the plate. Halifax is well positioned to stand out from the pack with these teams and our solid action plan because we have the opportunity to be champions in leading the way for others and to be a light on the hill for municipalities to point to and gain confidence and say, they did it, and so can we. So what do we need to do this? Well, it's clear in the Halifax plan, which I know you're all familiar with, but in particular, I'd like to reiterate some of the most important fundamental ideas from Halifax. The support of retrofits for homes and businesses and governments. These will be the biggest bang for our buck. Continuing the effort to build the electric vehicle charging network within HRM to remove range anxiety. EV charging stations must become as common as regular gas stations. Better communications, regularly talking about retrofits in the community, normalizing conversations around switching to EVs, retrofits, heating buildings without oil, protecting our green spaces, and protection measures for our residents to guard them against extreme weather events that we expect to see in the coming years. These should be regular talking points from the city to normalize these ideas. Telling people why this isn't just about doing our part to save the planet, but also the economic benefits over time for making this transition. My ask to the council is to invest in renewable infrastructure so that we can pay ourselves returns over time. Please consider branding Halifax as the leader and example in the country to show everyone that the benefits that these investments will bring. Please ensure that the community has support from consultants to help businesses and homeowners to make the transition to retrofit their homes and buildings. To make a really quick point, coming through this process of researching solar for my own home, I can tell you it would have been a much easier process if someone was there to go.
Drew, I would just like to interrupt and point out that you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you very much. So this spring, we need to fund Halifax, and your vote counts. Each voice is critical, and every bit of support is required to ensure this plan is implemented. It should be an easy decision because every dollar spent today is $6 saved in the future. And with every year that passes, this cost grows higher. Not only that, but the savings from the efficiency upgrades and the economic benefits that will come from the new economy should be very appealing to the public and be, and if they are informed properly, they should be on side with that. I support a 3% tax increase personally, and acting now will be far less costly than acting in the future. My ask of you as a concerned father is to please act in the best interest of our children and support the Halifax Climate Action Plan. Without it, we have no hope of meeting our emissions reductions targets. Giving this everything we have is the moral.
Drew, you have reached the time limit, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I'm I don't see any questions in the chat for Drew. Thank you very much, Drew, for coming and presenting to council this morning. We will take your comments into consideration. We have no further speakers, and so we would normally ask for 3 times 4 further speakers if we were in the gallery, as would happen in a normal meeting. The next item on the agenda is legal and legislative services. We will have a presentation there by John Traves, and then move in for questions. If anybody has any questions, please indicate that in the chat. Thank you very much. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With me today is Karen Marr. Karen is our coordinator in the business unit. Karen, can you turn your camera on for a minute? I think you're going to run the presentation for me. There we are.
I am. There we are.
Cool. So I just want to, recognize Karen. She's done amazing work the last year and with COVID, and on top of that, and we'll highlight some of this, but she's really the person responsible for pulling together our business plan and making sure that I understand it. So thank you, Karen. You want to share your screen and we'll go through this?
I will.
Great.
Okay, you can see that, I assume. I can't see what you can see, so.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Oh, do we lose you, John?
We may have. John, we don't hear you. John was working without power. So do we have someone else who can run through the presentation? Karen, are you able?
I suppose I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, do I need my camera on or off?
You are good exactly the way you are. We can see the presentation and that's it.
Okay,
Chair,
good.
Chair Russell.
Yes, Jerry.
Jerry here. If it's okay, I mean, I can go ahead with my presentation, and if that's all right, and give John a bit of time to reconnect. But if not, I'm sure Karen can go through it as well. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. We have a note from the clerk that John will be back on in just a couple of minutes. So let's proceed with the presentation, and then we can we'll see how things go at that point. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So reporting to the DCAO of Corporate Services, the Legal and Legislative Service Business Unit is committed to advancing regional council and administrative priority outcomes. This is achieved by the delivery of professional support to the Halifax Regional Municipality through the provision of legal, risk and insurance services, as well as meeting management, legislative, and other administrative support. Okay. Now I have to do 2 things instead of just one, so bear with me. Legal services consists of 4 legal teams: litigation, prosecutions, and solicitor services, which is divided into 2. The Office of the Municipal Clerk. Within the Municipal Clerk's office, there are 5 divisions: the administration, the legislative services, elections, access and privacy, and corporate information management, which also includes our archives. In addition to regional council, committee, COW and budget committee, the municipal clerk's office supports 4 community councils, the Board of Police Commissioners, 6 standing committees, as well as 19 advisory boards and committees. For our risk and insurance services division, they've now, enterprise risk has now transitioned to them. And this year, our risk focus will be on business unit training and consistent reporting by adding a risk section to council reports where appropriate. By the end of the second quarter of this fiscal, we are planning for councillors to see a risk section in their reports. Just some quick statistical highlights of our business unit work. FOIPOP requests have increased over 100% from last year by but 68% over 2019-20, which was our last normal year before the COVID restrictions. Out of 290 meetings supported by the clerk's office, we successfully pivoted mid-year to hold 39 meetings in person until the most recent COVID lockdown, where we switched back to virtual. Legal services reviewed approximately 400 reports for regional council and committees, the CAO and executive directors for form and authority. In addition to the work of advising and assisting business units in the preparation of the reports, legal services was instrumental in ongoing support of most, if not all, of the municipality's largest projects, including the Cogswell project, the approved center plan, as well as work on the municipality's housing and homelessness initiatives. Can I check to see if John's back yet?
I see John is now in the meeting. You're able to continue, or you?
I can, but I just wanted to know if he wanted to take over on the next slide. But I'm happy to keep going.
Thank you, Karen.
I'm back.
Okay.
That helps. Do you need me, Karen, or can you keep going?
I can keep going, but this is, we would like to take a little bit of extra time this year to highlight the successes of the team. This last year, our team was extremely adaptable, and John in particular would like to thank them for all their hard work and dedication. The municipal clerk's team was extremely flexible in pivoting from online to in-person and hybrid meetings, then back to online. As I mentioned, we webcasted 237 out of 290 meetings, 82%, and transitioned from Teams to Zoom for virtual council meetings to provide a better meeting experience that included public engagement. We wanted to make a shout out to Ian McLean and his council coordination team, Laura and April, Leslie and Agnes, and all the legislative assistants led by Phoebe, and the legislative support assistants as well. As you know, it often takes several staff to run these meetings in person, and even more staff is required when they are virtual or have public engagement. Depending on the length of the meeting, staff need to be rotated out. I guess this is a precursor to say that if we continue with hybrid meetings into the future for committees as well as council, this is a staffing area that will need to be developed and addressed. Our municipal archives team have also been busy at work increasing public engagement, upgrading their online database, and accessing federal funding to purchase a large format scanner for historical photos and maps that will improve accessibility and preservation of thousands of maps and plans currently housed at the archives. We also want to mention the access and privacy team. Their role is much more than processing FOIPOP requests. They have collaborated with business units and provided advice and support to identify potential privacy risks for any activity that involves the collection, use, and/or disclosure of personal information. We're happy to report a significant increase in the processing of privacy compliance checklists. They did 40 this year, as well as access and privacy providing collection and use statements to business units as part of surveys and other online forms that collect personal information. The role is much more than just processing FOIPOP requests. Over and above the regular services, corporate information management coordinated with several business units to assist with their office moves. All of our divisions, except for the clerk's office, really had a move this year. Access and privacy and risk and insurance moved, and for legal services, corporate information management took 657 boxes of our records while we were getting our office ready for our move. So that was a very large undertaking for both our divisions. Okay. A few of our deliverables for 22-23 under the administrative priorities. Our top strategic initiative is the implementation of the enterprise risk, as I've already mentioned. The municipal clerk's office will implement meeting management technology for meetings, which will improve electronic agenda distribution. And access and privacy will be implementing new software for the processing of access applications. The clerk's office will continue their work in pursuing diversity on boards and committees and addressing identified barriers to participation, which is both an administrative and a council priority. The municipal clerk's office will make recommendations to council this fiscal for updates to the public appointment policy once public consultation has been completed in an effort to update recruitment processes, identify training improvements for new committee members, and addressing barriers to participation where possible. The clerk's office works closely with the Diversity and Inclusion Office and other outside stakeholders to advance the work. Once we have proper staffing in place, we can be more precise on when those recommendations will be brought forward. The Halifax slide really speaks for itself. Our business unit takes a supportive role for all the other business units in the municipality. This chart just highlights our FOIPOP requests. As you can see, we're tracking the same percentage in dealing with our requests within 30 days, even though the number of requests was double last year. 2021 numbers were low compared to the previous year due to COVID restrictions. And now for the budget. This is our service area overview, and it's broken down by the divisions of our business unit. The details will come up shortly on our summary of changes slide. So the one thing to note in this slide is traditionally, the municipal clerk's budget transferred $750,000 to the election reserve. This has moved to fiscal services. Hence the appearance of a large reduction in the clerk's office budget. What that is the net difference between the removal of the $750,000 election reserve transfer and the increased compensation costs, so which were approximately $212,200, which is in line with the other divisions at around 9%. Legal and Legislative Services Business Unit is approximately 94% compensation and benefits. And when you add in our contracted night court prosecutors or outside legal counsel costs, that jumps to approximately 96%. So mostly people and paper clips. Again, the summary of changes slide will address the changes from last year's budget. Our staff count has increased by 1.8 FTEs. So that was the one additional solicitor that was provided for in the April 22nd, 2021 approved motion for the staffing resource plan funding, primarily to support Halifax and planning initiatives. And the 0.8 is an intern position currently funded from the Bridging the Gap program. The Bridging the Gap program was stood up by HR to support new and recent graduates in various disciplines to provide them with opportunity for employment in public service, generally for an 18-month term. And this in turn is working with our access and privacy and corporate information management folks. For the summary of budget changes, you'll see that our main expense is for compensation, one new position and salary adjustments, as well as a reduction in our vacancy management target. We've now filled many of the positions that were held vacant during the initial hiring freeze at the start of COVID. Board and committee recruitment is an ongoing process that now requires a dedicated resource. With 19 different committees, process improvements, board member training, and the actual recruitment, the process can no longer be handled off the corner of someone's desk. A minimum of 2 major recruitments occur each year in the spring and fall, and in addition to any smaller recruitments required during the year. So just for an example, there were 80 vacancies available for the 2021 fall recruitment for boards and committees. There were 218 applicants to fill those positions. However, some individuals applied for more than one committee. So there were 395 applications that needed to be reviewed and processed. The nomination and appointment process from the fall recruitment will be complete by the end of Q4, and preparation for spring recruitment is underway for completion in 2022. And just as a note of interest, during the fall recruitment, 95 applicants, so 44%, self-identified as persons with a disability, persons in a visible minority group, or as Indigenous. There has also been an increased need to recruit subject matter experts for specific committees, as well as targeted recruitments and working with D&I, other community stakeholders, which increases recruitment processing time. As Council is aware, there's also a need to make changes to the current recruitment process and ensure the board and committee recruitment program is being done in a proactive and strategic way. And this is not possible with the current staffing levels. There is also the desire to adjust committee orientation and provide for board member surveys. And we think this work will be possible with this change. So we're looking just to convert one existing position to full-time so that we can dedicate that to the board and committee recruitment process. The insurance budget has been increased by 10%, but there is still the potential for an additional 25% increase, resulting in a $550,000 shortfall in our cost potentially. And I'll let John speak to that a little more if there are any specific questions.
That would be 25% in total, not
in
35%.
Total.
Yeah.
Right. That 550 is the remaining 15%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen, for that presentation and jumping in. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, John.
Actually, I don't have anything to add. That is our last slide, but happy to take questions. You know, as you said, and as you can see, you know, really, Karen is fantastic at presenting this, understands this stuff well. But ultimately, you know, the reality is it's my budget and I'm accountable for it, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mancini, go ahead. Can you start off by putting the motion on the floor, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I'll put the following motion on the floor, and I'll try to put the right one on the floor this time. And motion, the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to incorporate the legal and legislative services proposed 2022-23 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying report dated January 24th, 2022, and supporting presentation into the draft 2022-23 operating budget. So moved.
Thank you very much. Do we have seconded by Councillor Blackburn? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's interesting. I don't remember how many budgets have been through now, but former Councillor Russell Walker used to chair this committee forever. And he used to get so angry at us when we'd ask questions that had nothing to do with budget. So I'll continue on that path to make him angry, but it's indirectly related. I think it's more of an understanding question I have, John and Karen. Karen, you alluded to the VoIPOP, and I saw in your slide that you handle most within 30 days. Can you give us a sense of how resource intensive it is when you get those VoIPOP requests, and maybe try to explain to us very briefly, you know, what's the process? So the request comes in, where does it go? When does it come to your department? Just trying to get a sense of the resources that it takes.
I handle that. With the FOIPOP office, there's, I believe, 4 or 5 staff in there, and it is very labor intensive. It's part of why we've moved to you know, acquire updated and better software to support it. The request that comes in is mandated by law to be responded to in a certain period of time. So there are set time limits that have to be met which otherwise puts us offside. And so when the FOIPOP request comes in, there's an assessment as to where is the most likely repository for the records that are being requested. And so a FOIPOP request is essentially one of providing records that exist. It does not require the municipality to create new records. It's more one of ensuring that we capture those records that we hold. And so, our records retention plan all ties into this. And the email in particular is very challenging. Once they've determined where they believe that the records are, there is a request that's sent to the various business units or the counselor support offices, if the counselors are involved, to ask them to go through all of the records and to provide them back within the time frame. And so that's managed within the business units, and that itself is is more labor intensive in many ways than our response. Those, because there's so many records these days, that tends to take a fair amount of effort and follow up in terms of the FOIPOP office ensuring that we get those responses back in time. Those documents then have to be reviewed for privacy concerns and also for exemptions under the Act for things like sister-client privilege, as an example, or intergovernmental relations, that sort of thing. We also sanitize individuals' home phone numbers and addresses and those sorts of things to meet the privacy obligations. And so once that's done, which frankly has been a challenge with COVID, people working from alternative work arrangements and trying to get access to their records, because there is still quite a bit that's paper. The documents are then provided as a copy to the individual, or a response is given as to why or the response as to why they can't have a portion or all of them. So it's relatively labor intensive. But what I don't think people understand is that under FOIPOP, there's a whole component of it, which is protection of privacy, which has become more and more of an issue, frankly, in terms of ensuring, data protection, personal information is not released. And so that is essentially where a lot of our efforts are now going in terms of ensuring that there are the proper steps and processes in place within the business units to ensure that there's a maintenance of individuals' privacy rights. So I hope that answers your question.
No, it does, John, because I'm trying to understand that, and having ability to go through VoIPOP is very important for our residents, which it should be. But I want to make sure people understand that it is very resource intensive. Is there a fee for someone to request that? Do they have to pay?
There is a fee which can be waived or does not always apply in all circumstances. But there is a fee because there is essentially recognition that there are some businesses that are actually looking at this for their own purposes. But generally speaking, the goal is openness and transparency. And so the fees are not substantive in any way, and they don't tend to prevent or stop people. Karen Meyer tells me the fee's $5. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Look, I'll come back. I have a question about reports, but Mr. Chair, I'll come back a second time. Thanks, John.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John and team. So my comments really relate to some of the comments made during the presentation, just around the resources needed with the ongoing need of many different aspects of what's happening for us here in the city. So my comments focus directly on the police commission. And John, I've spoken to you both. I've spoken to Jacques about this, and even Ian, the clerk, our municipal clerk, around this as well. And as folks know, the commission is getting more and more busy with more and more resources needed. And I don't need to tell Ian or you, John, how much resources the commission is really starting to use now. So one of the wonders that I've had is, do we need to have a clerk or a legislative support or assistant, whatever it might be, that sole focus is the police commission? Because I know Ian and Andrea, God love her, she works hard, but also does her other duties as a legislative assistant on top of all the asks that the commission needs. So I'm just wondering if there's been any thoughts of potentially adding a position that would just focus on the commission?
I think is in our presentation, on page 4, when we talked about the webcast, moving to 82% of the meetings and what have you, Karen mentioned that, if council's intent is, and I think it's fair, if the organization's intent is to continue with hybrid meetings, then there certainly is going to be a need, and we're in the process of looking at now additional resources. And one of the first things is essentially, and we've already raised this with the CAO's office and are working on it, a better understanding of who is scheduling additional committee meetings and on what frequency. If we go back to it and saying, look, we had 290 meetings, essentially of committees and what have you. That's more than one a working day through the city. Now, each of those meetings requires, if it's in-person meeting, about 2 of Ian's support staff. But if you move to a hybrid, or if you're on a webcast, you actually need 4. And frankly, it's not fair, and we're not able to have the LAs necessarily run the entirety of the meeting. So then you need an additional crew to kind of come in and take on a shift of that. So there's absolutely no doubt that, and it's not just the Board of Police Commissions, it's all committees, given the desire and the increased frequency that, we're in the process this year again of going back. And so I absolutely believe that we're going to need more resources, but I cannot tell you, I cannot come forward today and say what I need and how much. But those counselors support, they're run off their feet, particularly with the requirement for minutes to be produced on the frequency that the legislation now requires, which I think is 24 hours. I mean, it really causes a lot of work. So Karen reminds me, we have the initial process mapping underway now, where we are working on it. And also again, around just what is the current ability to support without, breaking the team.
And I know I'm out of time here, so just really quickly, and I'll come back. Just going back directly to the commission. So I understand that aspect of running meetings and the resources needed for that, but more particularly with the commission, we have the frequency of emails that come in for the online trainings. We have the correspondence that needs actioning sometimes from the legislative assistant. There's the as you said, the scheduling, that sometimes with the special meetings, there's a little bit more work needed, rather with all the different folks that are involved, and plus working with chiefs, both of the chiefs, RCMP and HRP, that we're asking the legislative assistant to help coordinate that work as well. So that does translate to other committees, but I really do feel like with the police commission, because it's somewhat independent from other committees, that there's the need. So I'll come back, and maybe you can think about it more. Maybe we just put something in the parking lot for you to come back later to think about that, just so you have some time.
Yeah, if I can respond briefly, and then Ian, I realize your time is up, but perhaps I'll take a minute to address it, and Ian can add in later if there's a need. I would respond this way. I think, traditionally the police commission has as a policy and followed the same sort of approach, and it's in the bylaws as council, in terms of a lot of the underlying work would be done by staff. In this case, police or RCMP, to bring forward reports and recommendations, what have you. I think there is a policy shift, and in terms of the work that now, instead of being directed to be done by staff, that it would seem the board themselves want to undertake. And if that policy shift continues, then absolutely, I think there will be a need for more support. But in some ways, it's a much bigger policy question for council as a whole to determine where it is that they see the board going. And so that's probably the starting point, council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and John. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for this presentation and the reports. I am amazed at how much work is actually undertaken by our legal team and all staff really to support the various different committees that we have. So I just want to say thank you so much. I know that I have taken up a lot of time, you know, and just want to say how much I appreciate the quick response, the quick service coming from the legal team, because, you know, as a municipality, we're dealing with all kinds of various different jurisdictions, you know, authority that we may or may not have, and maneuvering through those different jurisdictions is so important to ensure that all councillors and all committees and commissions and so on are making good, sound, wise decisions. So thank you for that. I do have a little bit of a concern, I guess, or just a question number one regarding the 2020 election. My understanding was that council would receive a report. That was the first election that took place with the new finance rules. So I'm wondering if staff can speak to how successful it was with regards to those rules. Are we going to see changes for the 2024 election? What was the outcome? I know that there was issue with getting some candidates to report their finances. So I'm hoping that we can get an update on that. Second, you know, when it comes to the redaction of privacy information and the streamlining of that process, the digitization of that, the recognition of PIPEDA, you know, following federal legislation, and thinking, is there a better way that we can be doing this from an access to information perspective to ensure that the public is not needing to go through the FOIPOP process, and that we can actively and proactively provide information, you know, and I know I've said this before, but Halifax.ca is so difficult to maneuver through to access information. You know, want to give a shout out to our GIS team, of course, who's very proactive in trying to get more and more information accessible so the public can go and use those GIS tools to find information about the services, the land use bylaw, you know, traffic control mechanisms, who controls the traffic lights, and so on and so forth. You know, who manages and snow clears roads, for example. So I'm just wondering if we can become a little bit more proactive in using that website to provide information to the public ahead of time, so they're not having to go through the FOIPOP process. And I may come back again, but you know, I'm grateful again for the work that's being done. Thank you.
So, let me respond at the top end, and then I'll let Ian talk to the specifics of the report and where we are in terms of the last election. But what I would say at the outset is that, you know, every election there is work that has to be done to follow up to get candidates to finish their filing and all the rest of it. And we work with them, and there's varying degrees of assistance required and knowledge. And so part of it's an education bit, but, you know, we've never had a situation where it hasn't been provided, but not always as timely as we'd like. So I'm going to leave that to Ian. In terms of, you know, better access, absolutely. Open data is really the route that we have started down that road, you know, with the former clerk. We continue on that in terms of making data available online without having to be asked for. And you see it on the transparency page, the salary and compensation pieces, stuff like the service levels for streets. What should a street look like within a certain number of hours after a storm, those sorts of things, and they're all helpful. And, you know, David can talk in terms of the information technology and the work that's being done to review our website, because there's no doubt that, you know, it's reached a point where it can be improved, particularly on the search function, and I know that there is work undergoing on that already. The other component of it, you know, I'll be blunt, comes down to the refresh and the work that Stephanie Wood-Stevens has been doing in the archives around records retention and our email policy, in the sense that the more that we can clean up our files, the easier it is to find and respond in FOIPOP in a quicker fashion. And frankly, you know, we're starting to choke on data in terms of how much information is stored in people's inboxes and all the rest of it. I had some conversations with counselors, and so there's certainly a need to revisit that, and that is in the process of being finalized currently in terms of those sorts of policies, which will then, sort of help, I think, the organization right across. And Ian, did you want to weigh in on the election report?
Chair Russell, through you to the Deputy Mayor. That report is scheduled to be coming in May. And we actually yesterday got an update on some legislation that we want to update when we bring that forward. So that report is going to be coming, and it should be coming in May. I also want to take the time to note that we have just hired an election coordinator. So Liam McSween has joined our team, so that has helped with some of that output as well.
Wonderful. Thank you both. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for the kind words. My staff really appreciate it. And it's always nice to be recognized. And in particular, I think with this year and moving and everything else, it's been a challenge.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Councillor Stoddard. Iona, you're muted. First time today.
Sorry about that. I just want to say how much I appreciate this report on legal services. And I'd like to thank Ian and his admin staff. I'm amazed how legal and legislative services are able to think on their feet, because a lot of the questions that come from council, and I'm sure customers, are required like instantly or, within a certain amount of time. And I appreciate that, especially being a relatively new counselor. I have a couple of questions. What is the time limit for FIPODs? When they come in, either from the media or a resident, how much time does staff or legal have to respond? And is there a different timeline between, I suppose there isn't, I've answered my own question, but I was just gonna say, is there a timeline between more detailed FIPOD or just a quick search? And I was interested to see that we do go back to the archives, but I just wondered how far back we're required to go, like, the very first report, the very first motion. And my final question is, I lose track of myself there. I guess I'll leave it for that at that, and if I have to come back, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. Nancy's going to kill me, and I don't think she's online, but I believe it's 35 days off the top of my head, but I can confirm that for you, Councillor. But there are extensions available in terms of our response, and in some ways it depends on how large the request is. What the team does is they work with the applicant to clarify what they're looking for, to try and narrow it down and to provide a full and response. And so at times that can weigh in terms of the timelines. And so oftentimes there's an agreement reached between the applicant and the office in terms of recognizing they're going to need a little bit more time. And in particular, it's helpful if applicants can narrow the request. I got just a second here. Dial a friend, 30 days, not 35. So thank you, Ian. And Councillor Cleary, in terms of how far back, it's not a matter of time. It's essentially you're required to provide any record that responds to the request that you hold. And so to my point before, in terms of the work that the archives have done, led by Stephanie, setting a records retention schedule, which says, certain records that are no longer needed by the municipality are destroyed after a certain period of time, will mean that we don't need to search back through those. And that's a reason, those time limits are quite long. They are very reasonable. It's usually for general correspondence, as an example, that floats around, after a certain matter is ended, it's generally 5 years, which is quite a long period of time. We have documents or emails going back 10 years, 12 years, 20 years in some cases, all part of which, are going to be addressed over time as we clean those out. So if it exists, it has to be produced if it's requested.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini for your second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. John, my next question is with regards to the report. So on each report, your team looks at, is there a risk to that? Can you explain that process? Because, and the reason I ask this, and I'm glad your team are receiving accolades, we've had a challenge with regard to reports and the length of time it takes for reports to process. I just get another email this morning that one of my motions and yet delayed again. Many factors in that, but in the past, in recent past, we've had conversations and discussions that reports are getting bogged down in legal. So I'm trying to understand that, because I realize reports get bogged down not in a variety of different places, but legal being one of them. What's the role of legal when you get a report? I suspect one of it is looking for that risk element, but are you actually involved in rewriting the report? Or is it just you're flagging this is a risk and we have to change that, and there's maybe some wording changes? Can you explain that process to us, please?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. What an awesome question. Thank you so much. Allow me the chance to dispel maybe some urban myths and otherwise lay out what we do. So reports, range in variety in terms of what we do with respect to any report. Generally speaking, when a report is assigned, the first thing that we like to see happen is, find out if what's being asked for is actually within, the ability legally of the municipality. And so there's no point in a business unit wasting a lot of time pursuing something. And so generally speaking, oftentimes we get involved if it's something new right at the beginning, but not always. There's lots, planning and development knows their stuff, right? So they don't necessarily need to consult with us. So there is work often to, if it involves a contract or if it involves something else, where we're not working per se on the report, but we're working on the matter in terms of giving advice. We're drafting a contract, or we're doing some work that report will then capture as an attachment or what have you. So there's that underlying work. When it comes to actually reviewing a report at the end of the day, if we've been involved in the matter all the way through, it's a relatively quick bit. Did they take our advice or not? And these documents are worked on concurrently. In other words, it's open. Anybody can access the document and work on it in real time at the same time. There doesn't tend to be any sort of a delay. When we review as lawyers a report that's finalized and done, it's the business unit's responsibility for the report. What we do, generally speaking, is look at it for two things: form and authority. Basically, does the municipality have legal authority, and is it clearly articulated at the front of the report? You'll see the section that talks about legal authority.
Yep.
We check, is that correct, right? And is that the right authority? Have we covered that? The other bit is, in terms of the form, is the motion that's been crafted by the business unit actionable? So, can it actually give effect? Does it work? Are we asking council to direct something that's in the positive is a good example. So motions really need to be in positive, because if council defeats a motion that's in the negative, says don't add $50 to everybody's bill, and that fails, where does that leave us? Does that mean that we are adding $50? Like council needs, so there's some work around that. And we also try and focus on the alternatives. Are they, instead of just saying, look, you could do this as an alternative, is there a motion that needs to be crafted as an alternative motion so that when it gets to council, your work is easier and you understand clearly what the options are? Now, to add to that, because of enterprise risk now moving to legal and legislative services, you will see over the next coming year, at a point when we get this stood up and training in place, you will start to see another section in the reports to council on the enterprise risk, right? How risky is it for the municipality to undertake a project, and how are we mitigating those risks? And that is something our group will work on, but that's new work. I can tell you in terms of reviewing reports, it's ultimately my job to sign off and give some assurance to not only council, but the CAO that there isn't a landmine legally in there that is going to blow up in everybody's face. So I can tell you, my assistant would tell you if asked, I generally respond within 5 minutes in terms of reviewing a report, because I know enough, I've seen them. I'm not looking at it to figure out if they've spelled it properly and all the rest of it. When I first started at HRM 8 years ago, it was more common than it is today. And I think this has changed, where business units, if asked, would say it was with legal, and I would wait, and about half an hour later, a courier would show up and it then would be with legal. Right. And so those days are past, frankly. I don't see realistically that there's a straight answer as to how long it takes. It depends on the matter. But generally speaking, we're pretty responsive. We're well staffed. You've supported us. We have the lawyers that we need to get the work done. It becomes somewhat of a debate as to what's the best way forward. What is it that the organization wants to recommend to council, and how can we help in terms of then shaping that up with the business units?
Thank you. My time is up. I may come back a third time, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. And just to follow up, John, you asked Ian to just give any more insight on the resources needed in the change in the commission. So just giving him a chance to respond if he wants to.
Great.
Chair Smith, thank you for your question through the chair to you. Board of Police Commission right now is being staffed and is being managed in a similar way to any other committee we have in the HRM. The only difference with that is that I'm spending some of my time with it, and Andrea, who's one of our legislative assistants, is prioritizing that over most of our committee work. As the work of the Board of Police Commission changes and meetings become more frequent, or as we're having more activity having the Board of Police Commissioners, and quite frankly, as the Police Commission determines what their work plans are going to be, absolutely there may need to be an additional resource looked at specifically for the Board of Police Commissioners. The concern I have with asking for a resource immediately is we don't know what that is looking like. We know that the Board of Police Commission's work is changing, and is changing in meeting frequency quite significantly, but we haven't seen that over a long period of time. So I would say your question is a very good one. It's something that we're looking and trying to monitor at. It is just trying to be responsive, but not reactive to the meeting schedule of the Board of Police Commissioners as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. That information helps.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, John. And I lost her, sorry. I'm curious where we stack up comparatively to other municipalities of a similar size when we look at, like we've got almost like a law firm within HRM. And I am curious about where we stack up compared to municipalities of other sizes in terms of the human resource and number of lawyers.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a good question. I don't have a straight answer. I know that we kind of sit in the middle. My sense, and I'm the provincial chair of the International Municipal Lawyer Association, but I also have joined with the big cities in terms of representing Halifax, which has a group of the city solicitors. My sense is that it really comes down to the sort of work that's undertaken. So we do prosecutions here. That's not always the case. Municipality does not, have a clear mandate in terms of health and what's the term I'm looking for? Our mandate as a municipality is not the same as Ontario and some of the British Columbia. So it's very hard to judge us across the others. Social services, thank you, Karen Mark. And so they, a municipality of our same sort of size, Hamilton, would likely have, I think, has more lawyers, but they have a different mandate in an area of work. So I can only tell you that based on the work that we're receiving and seeing going through, I'm comfortable that we're appropriately resourced for the level of work that we have. Toronto has significantly more lawyers, Vancouver, Greater Victoria, but they wouldn't be comparable size. And there are some municipalities who still contract out all legal services. That's actually more common, but they tend to be a smaller size. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that's something I'll have to explore and see if I can get a better sense of what the various size of the law firms are. But in the discussions I've had today, I haven't heard or seen anything that would indicate we're significantly different than municipalities our size.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I just have a quick comment.
You have 2.5 minutes.
Oh, well, I'm not going to need all of them, but I can give them to someone else. I do very much appreciate, though, the work of this department. I must say that I've always been quickly responded to, and things have been explained, and people have given me their time and attention. So I really do appreciate it. My curiosity is this department has grown over time. And so with that growth, I'm wondering, does that mean that we've saved money because we're not contracting out legal services and it's more efficient to have this in-house counsel as much as we have? So again, just my appreciation. Thank you.
I would say yes. We did a service review just before I was here with an outside consultant. I did the same thing at the province of Nova Scotia. And, the outside legal budget, I think the mayor and some of the longer term councils will recall, was significantly larger. And so, yes, our per hour cost per lawyer is lower than the private sector without the profit model. That's not to say there is not times when, we do need and obtain outside legal advice. There's always going to be a mix in terms of hiring outside lawyers, particularly on prosecutions, some litigation matters, and currently expertise around things like the infilling on the arm, in terms of hiring an outside lawyer to look at that. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge in the public sector in terms of comparing the size of firms and what's there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I had one other question, and I don't know that maybe this is in the works, but when you talk about self-identifying, is the thought there to include the LGBTQTA2S? I had to write that down.
Yes.
Pardon, John?
Yes.
Okay.
Ian, did you want to add to that? Sorry, go ahead, Ian.
Councillor Stoddard, through the chair. We do provide for any of our projects when we go out and recruiting for members. We do allow every applicant to self-identify if they have any community they wish to acknowledge that they belong to, or any of the diversity and inclusion people, like the diversity and inclusion initiatives we have. We allow for the opportunity for candidates to self-identify as they so choose.
Okay, so Ian, there is a line there in addition to visible minorities, or that they can put in something other than the ones that are checked off above.
So sorry, Council, I did not mean to interrupt you if I did. We work and are working with our diversity and inclusion colleagues to look at how we do the self-identification when people put forward their applications. I would defer to them for how we put that forward, and looking into that for our spring recruitment as well, to make sure we're consistently looking at how people are able to self-identify in these projects.
Great, thank you. My other question is, well, actually, it's a statement. I am very glad to see that there will be an election coordinator hired, especially during the COVID challenges. And I know a lot of my colleagues were faced with challenges during COVID, to mask or not mask, standing so many feet away, or not canvassing at all. So I think this person will very much appreciate it, and I think it's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question, and I apologize to Councillor Smith. I don't want to be overstepping but it's about the Board of Police Commission. And when I sat on the Board of Police Commission, well, let me back up. Councillor Smith was asking about additional resources. He spoke specifically about, from the clerk's office. But at one point in time, there was discussion about having the Board of Police Commission having their own lawyer, because there are times there was discussions that it was almost in conflict where the lawyer is representing the municipality, but also representing the Board of Police Commission. So I don't know where that conversation is. Has there been further discussion? I know there was discussion at the time that the Board of Police Commission have their own lawyers. So if you could just clarify, because that is obviously a budget related question too, if that's the case. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to you, the councillor. So it's a good question. I would point out as a starting point, if there's a conflict between the board and HRM, it's not just the lawyers that are going to have an issue. It's the members of council who are there as well. So the conflict is a tricky area to get into. So traditionally, the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners has followed the same model as council. It did not traditionally take the route that a number of other boards across Canada and other jurisdictions did, which is essentially to set up its own staffing and its own offices and all the rest of it. It's traditionally been a committee of council in many ways, recognizing that there is a difference because of the Police Act, and it does have the ability in a fashion to contract on its own. But as an example, if the board were sued for some reason, as an example, it's the municipality that's being sued. They're essentially an arm, although they have some distinct statutory powers of the municipality. And so, I'm not concerned about conflicts, to be frank, right? It's more of an issue as to what is the policy direction in terms of where is the board going to go in terms of the level of work and how much work is expected, and can I manage that with the current lawyer for the board, or do I need more resources? It's really just a question of how much activity the board will undertake of its own volition, as opposed to what council does in the way it was traditionally, which is to ask the chief or the RCMP to do some research and bring it forward a recommendation, and then the board is simply acting as the arbiter and making a decision at the end of the day. If the board's going to sit down and start to actually work, it may go a different route. And that's that bigger question, right? So at this point, I'm not concerned at all on conflict, frankly.
And this is something maybe I'll take offline with the chair
Sure.
and for the conversation. I appreciate that, John. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, we have no further speakers in the chat. So are we ready for the question?
Question.
The question has been called. Ian.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead, John.
I will just remind members, if there was any desire to look at our overs in terms of adding that to the budget adjustment list, I will put a plug in for the $50,000 to help with board recruitment, which was essentially our one item for potential consideration. If there's not, I totally understand that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, maybe just because this, I think, is the first time that there's been a request to have something on the over, could the process be explained to everybody, just to refresh everybody?
Go ahead, Jerry. I see that you've popped up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to any overs that are brought forward, council can, by motion, ask that those overs be put towards the BAL, which is the budget adjustment list, which will then come forward for debate later. So you will get a briefing note with respect to that budget ask, as well as the impact on the tax rate. And the same goes for any unders that come forward as well. They would be, by motion, go to the balance adjustment list.
And just to clarify, that simply means it's being added to that list. And then it's, once we're finished the process, then we discuss what does that mean? Should we be adding that because we're not increasing the tax rate or anything at this point in time? but at the end, we'll look at what the impacts it possibly could have on the tax rate. Is that correct, Jerry?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And as I mentioned in the short presentation that I did on Wednesday, each budget committee, you'll get an up-to-date schedule on what has been added to the BAL. So this would be the first business unit asked that would be, for example, added to the BAL. The only other thing that's on there was the 2.5 million from Parks and Rec for the capital that per Councillor Outhit's motion that'll come back later, but that is funded. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I may, Mr.
Go ahead, John.
Chair, I know Karen presented the slides on this. What this money would allow us to do is to take a halftime position, which is a management challenge to keep filling because people prefer not to have a halftime position, and convert it into a full-time position that would then be dedicated to looking at board recruitment, boards and committee recruitment. So that position is a challenge as a halftime position. This would allow us to convert that to a full-time position and take that work on directly.
Thank you very much, John. Just as a reminder to those in council, this was on slide 14 in the presentation. Councillor Blackburn, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I would like to move that we put the $50,000 for the expansion of that position to full-time. A briefing note, please, and let's put that on the parking lot, the BAL adjustment list, so we can debate it at a future meeting. I think that this is certainly something that is important. Recruiting for our boards and committees has become increasingly more difficult. And I think with a full-time staffer on board who's dedicated just to that, it'll be, I think, it'll be a little bit easier for us to recruit and really dig into those communities where we need the representation. So I'd like to move that we put the $50,000 on the balance adjustment list for further discussion after we get a briefing note. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent, and welcome to the meeting. So at this point, discussion is on that motion. Councillor Blackburn, do you have anything?
Nothing further to add other than, as I said, it's become increasingly more difficult to recruit. And I think if we want to see more community involvement in our boards and committees, having that full-time staffer will certainly help with that goal. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Blackburn. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. I can completely appreciate that it has been difficult to get folks to volunteer on our boards and our committees and so on. I think, right now you're seeing the provincial government issue a survey to review what the public thinks about their commissions and board positions. It is extremely time consuming, as we heard at the last police commission, for volunteers to be spending this amount of time reading, joining the meetings, doing follow-up discussions. So while I can appreciate that having a person fully dedicated to that, appears to potentially support that process, I think we have a bigger issue, which is what we expect from our residents on these boards and commissions. And I also want to highlight the fact that since our council support office does not have a stakeholder database, does not have a tracking system, we do not have that level of district information. We miss out on the opportunity to have those stronger connections and communications with residents in our districts that could potentially volunteer in these positions, and also provide that stronger sort of feedback loop. So I do want to highlight that is something I think that would benefit this process. And while I understand, again, having a position dedicated to that. I think the issue is much bigger than having a staff person that's reaching out. I think that, we do have to take a step back and actually look and potentially do a review of these positions and the amount of time and energy and resources that we are essentially demanding from residents. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. This is the first time we've come up with a departmental over list. So I just want to ask John and or Ian, why was this on the over list and not in the budget?
It exceeds our budget target that was set by the CAO and council in terms of where the budget would be. So essentially, that's what the overage are. And if there was something where we figured we could cut services and want to propose that would be one of the unders. So, all business units are given a budget target to meet, and I couldn't meet my budget target by increasing another body. It's also an FTE count, Mayor, in terms of adding more bodies as employees.
Right. So this is the least important thing you wanted to put in the budget.
Everything else is accomplished in my budget target. I'm not looking to add additional staff or anything else. This was really the only area where Ian indicated it would be helpful to get some additional funds.
It's a fairly negligible amount of money, but it just seems to me that sometimes we see things on the over list that we know we can't say no to. So I'm just having a pretty sharp eye on that all years, but particularly this year. Thank you for that.
If I could, Mayor, if I could cut somewhere else to make this happen, I would. The challenge is, as you know, my budget is basically compensation and paper clips. There's nowhere really I could cut other than cutting another position, which is needed. And that's where we end up. Baby seals and puppies. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, does that
that's
cover
good.
your question? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Chair. And just at the risk of sounding difficult, so of course I'm not known for being, is that, John, just help me understand this position. I mean, obviously we want to recruit, we want to have a great offering, if you will, and folks waiting as vacancies come forward. I agree with Pam's comments that it's getting harder and harder to some extent. But tell me how, because quite often we recruit only a couple of times a year, and some things are only one time a year. Just help me understand how this suddenly becomes a 9-to-5 job 5 days a week to recruit people for our boards and committees, because somebody somewhere is going to ask us this question. Not suggesting that it isn't important work, not suggesting that it couldn't improve our process and our recruiting, but just tell me how you envision this actually being a full-time job.
Over to Ian, but I will say at the outset, sorry, Mr.
Okay, you got to sit a little closer to the mic, John. Sorry.
Sorry, I'll turn it over to Ian to more of the specifics, but traditionally, we were able to manage this project as an aside from other duties by only running 2 competitions a year. And so the challenge has been that we have so many more committees and the need for volunteers these days that it's become an ongoing process as opposed to being able to just do it, twice a year. And we've seen the feedback from council in terms of having vacancies that are not being filled and having a challenge to reach out and get people. So we want to improve the process, and we've heard that strongly from council. And this is the way we believe we can do it.
I accept that, but I had to ask that question just for clarity.
No, and I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, this is something that I can support for a couple of reasons. In the 5 years that I've been on council, I've seen over the past 2 years in particular, and I'm not sure if that's just COVID, but certainly over that 5 years, an increasing number of times the clerk's office has come to our committees when it comes to appointments to agencies, boards, and commissions. When, one of the recommendations in the report is that we need to go out and do more recruitment because we can't find anyone to fit these specific criteria. And a lot of our committees and advisory boards have seats reserved for either, you live in this geographical area or you have this kind of expertise. I think of the Regional Watersheds Advisory Board or Western Common Advisory Board, where you have, 8, 9, 10 individuals, and you've got to have 1 from this category and 2 from that category and 3 from this category. And I can see just the results. We're not actually filling the positions on a lot of our advisory boards and committees because we can't find the people. But to Deputy Mayor's point, Councillor Lovelace, I think it's important, and maybe, hiring this person, maybe someone wants to bring forward a staff report looking for other ways that we can retain, because getting them interested and on a committee is one thing. Getting them to stay there, given some of our committees, not all, but some of our committees have a significant workload and no compensation. Maybe it's time to look at compensation for some of those committees where we know it's an extremely big commitment in terms of numbers of hours per week people have to put into these. And I've listened to a number of the recent Board of Police Commissioners meetings, which have been going longer than scheduled and have had significant amounts of reading to do before, during, and after the meeting. So, those are something that, I can definitely support this going to the budget adjustment list. I can support it when it comes to the budget adjustment and filling this position, as the solicitor said, it's already a half-time position. And we're just making it full now. And I can easily see this person being busy trying to recruit for a lot of the boards that we just don't have. The process of finding those people and which institutions or organizations or communities they might be going into, phoning them, emailing them, connecting with them, providing them information, that's a lot of work. So I can definitely support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Ian, you have popped up. Yes, sir.
Chair Russell, through you to the councillor, I just wanted to clarify one thing. There is actually nobody who has been dedicated to this. This is asking for a half-time position to focus on this. This has been something that has been done off the side of desks from a couple of people. So it's taking it and prioritizing it so somebody can turn their attention to this for the reasons that were mentioned. But I just wanted to provide that one clarification.
So thank you very much. If I may, does that mean that this is going from 0 to a 0.5 person instead of 0.5 to a 1.0?
We have a 0.5 person. This would allow us to take that, add the additional if council agrees, and have a full-time person.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion on this and nobody else in the chat, are we ready for the question on adding this half person to the budget adjustment list?
Call for the question.
The question has been called for. Ian.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
I support this. Thanks.
7, Councillor Mason.
The motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
Agree.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle. 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Otit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
I'm voting yes.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That motion passes. Just to be clear, that motion was that the Budget Committee include $50,000 in additional funding for costs associated with the board and committee recruitment within the proposed 2022-23 legal and legislative services proposed budget to the parking lot as an operating over budget option for consideration. We are now back on the main motion. I have no speakers in the list. Are we ready for the question? The question has been called. This is on the main motion. Go ahead, Ian.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Yes.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes. So thank you very much from Legal and Legislative Services. The next item on the agenda is Finance and Asset Management. We have a presentation from Jerry Blackwood. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry Blackwood, Chief Financial Officer, and Laura from the clerk's office will be running the slide deck for me this morning. So just before we get going here, I'd just on behalf of Finance and Asset Management, certainly like to pass along condolences to former Councillor Blumenthal's family. I know Councillor Blumenthal was certainly had a keen eye for finance and certainly kept us on our toes with respect to financial questions. Thank you. Next slide, please. So our mission of Finance and Asset Management is we provide financial and strategic leadership through advice, governance, customer-focused services, and policy. Next slide, please. So next, I'm just going to introduce the team, and just want to say, been away for probably almost 3 years in corporate corporate and customer services, and very happy to be back in finance, and just want to thank the team for welcoming me back. And I can certainly say, you know, being away for a few years, you know, you get away from the grind in finance, and it's amazing the pace that this team works at. It's pretty impressive for the work they do. So myself, I'm Chief Financial Officer. Next, we have Bruce Fisher. He's our Director of Financial Policy and Planning, and you get to see Bruce quite a bit at council. Bruce leads up our financial planning, budget, and our financial policy. Renee Towns is our Director of Revenue and our Municipal Treasurer. Jane Pryor is our Director of Procurement. Crystal Nowlin is our Director of Asset Management, and Crystal's also in charge of our capital budget. Next slide, please. Wendy Lines is our Director of Corporate Planning and Performance. Dave Harley is our Director of Accounting and Financial Reporting. And lastly, Kim Jollymore is our Director of our Customer Contact Centers. And Kim will be joining the Finance and Asset Management team effective April 1. I have had the pleasure of working with Kim and her team in my former role in corporate and customer services, and always a positive experience working with Kim as a colleague and a client and her team. And just like to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that shout out you gave on Wednesday to the customer customer service team 311. They are truly unsung heroes in this organization, and certainly very quiet about how they do things in the background. And I'm sure they are very busy today and planning for a busy weekend with the storm. Next slide, please. So the next slide is a little bit just about our team and sort of some of the things we do. So this slide is fairly some of the transactional things we do. So in terms of our grants program, we issue about 1,000 grants per year. That equates to about $6 million in tax relief to residents and nonprofit organizations. Our residential assessment base is very strong at 41.1 billion. That is indicative of the growth we are experiencing in the municipality. We have 529 employees trained in performance excellence, with 267 trained in Lean Six Sigma. So that would be more of the yellow belt training and green belt training. We manage 165,000 tax accounts and transactions processed at the customer service centers. These are counter transactions, are about 42,000 a year, which equate to about $102 million in total revenue. And calls we receive at the customer contact center are 342 per year. Just one thing I just want to mention here, and it kind of came up in John's presentation. Finance, much like legal, we have our, we touch and approve and sign off on every report. Like legal, so we look at about 400 reports a year. For sign off, we make sure we're within our budget authorities and our financial authorities with respect to reserves, budget, and capital budget. Next slide, please. So some other successes this year: implementation of a new online tax certificate system. This was a great initiative in terms of customer service and performance excellence. We basically took two channels of providing tax information to law firms, combined it into one, and consolidated a price point. So that resulted in additional revenues of about $700,000 per year, and that's quite indicative with the growth we're seeing in the residential housing market. Telephony email was implemented at our customer contact center. As most of you know, we always had an email option, but this is actually integrated with our Element system, which is our telephony system at 311. So now when you email into the contact center, you actually go into a queue and are prioritized same as a call. We did another resident survey in 2021, and 88% of residents said they have a good or very good quality of life. Certainly that's not a stat that's just indicative of finance, but of the municipality in general. There's been some cost analysis and restructuring that happened before my time, which resulted in some cost savings and a better alignment of staff to support the organization and residents of the municipality. We made some changes in tax relief for nonprofit housing. We moved from a 25% property tax reduction to a 50%. So I believe, the support we give there to nonprofit affordable housing is somewhere in the $1 million to $1.5 million range. And we did a bit of a redesign of the capital planning process. So, Crystal did a fantastic job there, and really it was about, more engagement with the working group, which is composed of the project managers really getting the base budget to a point where it didn't need to come to Capital Steering Committee for balancing. And the Capital Steering Committee, which is composed of the executive directors, we were able to keep working more of a strategic space and look at strategic projects and how they are funded. Next slide, please. Some other things that we have going on is a strategic snapshot, which is going to be a public-facing dashboard that's going to include our key performance indicators around basically around our council priority outcome areas. So you'll see right there, we had in our slide deck a February launch. We're actually looking more to an April-May launch to kind of line that up with the conclusion of the budget cycle. We've social value in procurement. I know that is important with council. And, to date, we've done, I think, 35 to 40 solicitations that have social value component in there. I think we have projected another 80 procurements over the next year or two. And we've, as part of our procurement redesign, we're in the process of adding a position, a policy advisor, which will really own the social procurement policy and provide advice to business units and our procurement teams around making sure that we hit our mark on social procurement and social value. Capital budget visualization, again, that's we're working with some to develop some public-facing dashboards around our capital plan, as well as a capital map. We're moving forward with advancement of our SAP project. In January this year, our procurement department rolled out our mandatory vaccine policy for suppliers, and certainly couldn't have done this without the great work and support of our legal team, as well as our partners in corporate and customer services. And I mentioned the resident survey earlier. So, we took a little bit of a new approach to the survey this year. Certainly wanted to make sure that, our survey went to, all demographics in the municipality. So we partnered with our diversity and inclusion office to get advice on how best to do that, and our corporate communications team in how we marketed that survey to get the reach that we wanted. And as you know, we also included council to provide feedback on that survey as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of finance and planned initiatives around our council priority areas, so under prosperous economy, one of the things that Bruce and his team are very much engaged with, and it's before council, and we'll be back in a week or so on commercial tax changes. So around commercial averaging as well as small business tax. And under communities, it's redesign of our community grants. So, that's all about, we're always looking at our grants program, but that is certainly about, ease of access and, diversity. John McPherson, on Wednesday talked about, how he incorporates in his team, our principles of diversity and inclusion into building design. In finance, we certainly take that same approach in terms of our financial policies and programs. Next slide, please. Under our administrative priorities, under responsible administration, some of the initiatives we're working on there is long-term financial planning, tax and fee revenue strategy, core process review, community visioning, long-term capital planning, asset management, as well as a revenue replacement project. So that is our tax and revenue project, which is part of the SAP. These are very important initiatives in terms they look at improving our processes. It's planning for the future, as well as sustainable long-term planning and capital planning, and that is something that we really we need to improve on. We've had quite debate previously about how to fund Halifax, how to fund IMP. So those two initiatives really tie into when council is presented with a strategic strategy like Halifax and IMP, that a sustainable funding plan comes along with that strategy at the same time, not after. Next slide, please. Other administrative priorities is around procurement redesign. So I previously mentioned that this is an internal look at how we provide services to our corporate partners, and part of that is our SAP release strategy, which is our approval process for requisitions and approvals in procurement, and is part of the SAP program. Under our corporate performance and management program, we are looking at service performance evaluations and dashboards. So working with our business units to help them measure their service, measure their performance, and to be able to have readily accessible dashboards to them that they can use for evidence-based decision-making. On our budget processes, we're always looking at ways to improve the budget. So, each year we have a bit of a post-mortem, what went well, what we can improve on. So it is a long process here at HRM. There's a lot of moving parts. It's a lot of money. So we continually want to work to improve that. Benefits realization tracking is an initiative from our performance excellence team, and that's certainly around when we look at our core processes, when we look at corporate projects, tracking the benefits of those, not just the cost savings, but also qualitative benefits as well. And in our 311 customer contact center, we continue to look at after-hours service delivery for urgent calls, and we kind of work hand in hand with this. With Halifax Water is looking at this model as well. It has provided some significant cost savings, and from what I understand, service levels have been well maintained. Next slide, please. Under our diversity and inclusion initiatives, I already talked a little bit about our grants program, but we always want to optimize affordable access to our programs, being our grants, our affordable recreation, as well as our low-income transit. So again, it's about access and ease and customer experience of gaining access to those programs. Community visioning document that is looking at a 20-year vision of our municipality. Think this is important work in terms of the growth that we have been experiencing. So it is be fair amount of public engagement, but it's planning for growth, and in terms of how our citizens and residents how they want to see our city grow. And then also accessible service delivery enhancements. So our customer contact center will continue to look at customer service channels that promote easy access to information and customer service. Next slide, please. With respect to Halifax, obviously finances will be a support partner with Halifax, and there's been quite a bit of work that has been done on the development of a financing strategy to operationalize the Halifax Climate Action Plan, and you've seen that through our fiscal framework sessions that we've had. So it's about funding. It's about using our debt instruments. And last Friday, Council has provided direction on the first piece of funding for Halifax. Thank you. Next slide. Some key performance indicators of our finance and asset management business unit. So again, some of these you've already seen through fiscal framework. On our debt charges, we're 4.9% of our total expenditures. Our customer contact center, our quality benchmark, our actual is 83%. Our average collection period for our receivables is 15 days. That is a very good statistic in terms of how we turn our receivables into cash. On a resident survey, 72% of residents feel they have good value for their taxes. And as mentioned earlier, we do process at our counter a fair amount of front-facing payments with respect to residents, so $110 million there. Next slide, please. Our 311 call volumes are depicted in this slide. So, we're averaging, between 350, 400,000 calls annually. Our 21-22 is, I think that's projected to the end of December, I believe. The 204,000, that's our actual to the end of December. Next slide, please. And this slide deals with, as I mentioned before, our quality and accuracy. So Kim and her team have a very robust scorecard that they use to basically, it's a rating of the overall customer experience. It's not just the accuracy of the information that's provided. It's about the time of the call, like the clarity of the call. The overall experience that the agent has with the resident. Next slide, please. So next we're going to get into the financial pieces of our budget. So our total budget that we're looking for this year that's being tabled today is $15.5 million. So that is a reduction of approximately $70,000 over last year. So no impact to the tax rate this year for finance. Next slide, please. The next table is just a breakdown by our divisions within finance. So it's just the budget allocated to each of our service divisions there. So you can see a little bit of a spike in the admin, that's the director's office, or executive director's office of 54.1%. I'll just point that out, that what we decided to do this year was just consolidate our consulting and professional fees in the director's office, as well as all of our administrative and supplies budget there. You see a bit of a jump there in procurement, about $140,000 of that increase is a reduction in our sale of salt to outside contractors. Next slide, please. So the next table deals with with our reconciliation of employees. And you'll see quite a bit of a change here with respect to finance and asset management. So I'll just bring you back to the budget you approved last year. The business unit was actually finance, asset management, and ICT. So as you know, ICT has moved out as its own business unit, as well as I think that was 155 positions. Our corporate real estate team was moved over to corporate and customer services. That was 22 positions. Our performance excellence team was moved over to finance and asset management and consolidated with our corporate planning team under Wendy Lines. That was an addition of 6 positions. So, you know, there's quite a delta over last year there. And all up, our new positions in finance this year are 3. And, you know, per the former slide there on our overall budget, they were all internally funded. So no impact to the tax rate moving forward. Next slide, please. I think I kind of explained in the previous slide just some of the ins and outs of the changes with respect to the FTEs. So next slide, please. So overall changes, compensation changes are outlined in this slide. So just you know, some ins and outs. We had 3 new positions net, which is a total of 336,000, and those were internally funded through, I mentioned earlier, we developed some new revenue streams, and there was also some increases in some other areas. So the increase in consulting fees is basically an increase to fund the community visioning initiative. And we had to add some money there for our SALT attendant contract. So that would be the contract that works in our depots and loads our trucks with SALT for storm events. Increase in membership dues and training. I just want to point that out to council. Finance holds the budget for memberships in FCM and UNSM. They're fairly expensive memberships, and they have both gone up this year. I think they're and that's a product of population growth, how they're calculated. So overall, our budget, as I mentioned before, was a reduction of $70,000 over the prior year. Next slide, please. So finance has no overs to present. We are putting forward the 20-year community visioning as an under for council to decide. I just want to be clear, this does not diminish the value of this work. We put this forward that this could be something that could be delayed 1 year, but it is something that is important work that needs to be undertaken. But you know, we're just putting it forward in terms of something that can be delayed for a year or 1 budget cycle for council's consideration. Next slide, please. And lastly, just financial risk that I wanted to outline. We did talk about, we did have increased revenue due to the consolidation of a couple of channels of how we provide tax information and the price points on those. It is totally related to the housing market, but I would say this is a very low risk. as we are experiencing growth in the years to come. So this is a low risk in the short term. And that's it for the presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions from the mayor and council.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for that presentation. Deputy Mayor Lovelace, would you mind putting the motion on the floor?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I move that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to incorporate the Finance and Asset Management proposed 2022-23 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying report dated January 26, 2022 and supporting presentation into the draft 2022-23 operating budget.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Second, Tim.
Seconded by Councillor Outfit. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I thought you were going to leave me hanging there for a minute. So I really appreciate this. Thank you so much, Jerry, for the presentation. A ton of information here. You know, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, NSFM. That money is very worthwhile supporting that organization, as all of the municipalities across the province are working together with the province, with the federal government to make much needed proactive and progressive changes for all municipalities and advocate on our behalf. Certainly as the capital region for the province, it's important that we're at that table. So I appreciate the funds that are going towards that. I do have a number of questions. I'm probably going to have to come back a second and third time. You know, I just also would like to thank staff in the finance office. You know, they have been so good about answering questions, about supporting residents, especially community groups with regards to the area rates, and the work that's taken with regards to the tax deferral program that we have. So Jerry, I'm just wondering if you can speak to the changes overall in the last couple of years that have taken place in the area rates program. I didn't see that noted in your presentation. I just wanted to bring that to the forefront because the area rate programs are so important. The collection of those funds for those subdivisions that have private roads, for example, and rely on having those roads cleared and having that seamless process with regards to paying contractors and certainly the work that's done with parkland, you know, establishing a new park or upkeeping the parks and changing them, the renovation work and the work that we do with staff and with our community groups is really important. So I'm wondering, with regards to the tax deferral program, how are we doing with, you know, kind of reviewing whether or not that's working? Are there changes that need to take place there? And in particular, I'm looking at, you know, the requirements of a dwelling to be on that land in order to enter that tax deferral program. You know, a hunting shack, I guess, doesn't count as a dwelling. And I am really concerned about our residents who are at and in end-of-life care and their inability to pay their taxes and inability to even potentially respond to some of the documentation that we're sending them. So I just want to make sure that we are providing documentation in a plain language approach, having those conversations in a compassionate way with folks who are in end of life, rather than moving them towards that tax sale, which can, you know, be extremely stressful, especially for folks who are, you know, in a very unhealthy and end of life situation. I wanted to raise the issue of the 2013 tax map. That tax boundary map that's still on the website. As you know, we've had a lot of new developments, new building, a lot of changes. And when you look at that tax map, many of the new folks in these new properties, their new subdivisions, they're not even on that tax map. So they're looking at that wondering, you know, where is their property? So I'm just wondering if we could get that updated, please. And in regards to the 20-year community plan, yikes. So this is an under. I just want clarification. Was this to be a 2022-23 initiative, and that you're suggesting that we hold back a year to do those community plannings? Considering we're right in the middle of updating the regional plan, I am concerned that we're stripping that out. So I'm just wondering if you could give us a little bit of update on the justification of having that as an under, and also just giving us a kind of an overview of what's the risk of not doing that right now when we're in the midst of that regional plan. And again, thank you so much, Jerry, for your presentation and responding to questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, through you to the chair, and I do have the team on the call here, so I may need to call on Renee and Wendy to clean up a few things if that's needed. So let me first start with the comment about tax sale. So just to be clear, and back when I was in Renee's role, I was always very clear to council. We take collections at HRM. It's a very humanistic approach. And I know tax sale is a hard statutory mandate, and it's one that we have to follow. But I can tell you, when I was in that role, and I know it remains with Renee, and she's doing a fabulous job there, that, our goal is not to take a property to tax sale. Our goal is to provide options for people to not go to tax sale. It's about working with, getting them on our low income grants program, if that's an option, setting up, payment arrangements, whatever we can do. And I can tell you, firsthand, our staff in collections have, partnered with our communities, provincial community services, to get residents' taxes paid and to get services provided. So I think that, I just want to say that right off the top, it is a very humanistic approach to collection. The tax map, for sure, we'll take that away and have a look at that. Thank you for bringing that up. The tax deferral program, Bruce mentioned, through fiscal framework, we're looking at our low income grants program. So one of the things we're looking at there is looking at tying that program to living wage, which would increase, access and eligibility. So moving it probably, I think $35,000 a household is probably going to be around $42,000. So the tax deferral program is, you mentioned about having dwelling unit on the property. So, that program is really aligned to, it's about people being able to stay in their homes, and it's a very popular program with seniors. In a lot of cases, they can get the low income rebate and then defer another portion. So you can defer up to 75% of the total assessed value of your home. So that's a very popular program there among seniors, but again, you do need to have a dwelling unit and reside to be eligible. Changes to the area rates program. So that at one time was under Bruce Fisher and his team in policy and planning. And I mentioned earlier, one of the things that we looked at was sort of internal alignment, and best fit. So that was one of the things that moved under Renee and her team. So, just with respect to the changes there, I think it aligns well. Area rates are taxes. I know we have looked at providing a more dedicated staff around that program, as well as to support our local improvement charges and that process there. So, and on the community visioning, again, that is a 22-23 initiative. It is important work. You know, like I said, it's not put on as an under lightly. It's basically to defer it out 1 year, but the intent is to get that work going for 22-23 and to have something, you know, in place for the next council, and to help develop the priorities around that next mandate. So, you know, with that, I will ask Renee if she'd like to jump on, if there's anything I missed there on area rates, as well as Wendy, if she'd like to speak to the community visioning a little bit more. Thank you. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, there's Wendy.
Yeah. So the intentional visioning process, it's going to start in phases. So the intention was to probably start the process in Q3 22-23. As Regional Council knows, there's many strategic plans, in the regional plan, Halifax, IMP, diversity inclusion is undertaking a visioning process as well. So the intention is to take a different tact rather than going out and wholesale soliciting all stakeholders in communities and then create a visioning process, was to actually collate all our existing plans to develop a concept of a visioning document and then go out to communities. So really because we're going to cash flow this over 2 years, the actual engagement of stakeholders wouldn't really start till Q4 22-23, if that helps at all. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wendy. Jerry?
Yeah, that's it. I don't think there's anything else there. I can, if the councillor, if there's anything that was missed on area rates, certainly we can always take that offline.
Yes, thank you. And I'll come back a second time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Hey, thank you, Jerry, for the presentation and the work. Appreciate it. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that you are the first department to bring us an under. Well done, since you are the finance department, and good leadership. Hopefully your colleagues in the other departments follow suit. My question is around customer service, Jerry. You showed us some stats around customer service, and we all know that the 311 Center has the ability to communicate with our residents in a variety of languages. Where are we with the in-person customer service centers? I mean, we've been asking now for a few years, can we at least have our staff that speak more than one language, have them identify that they speak Arabic or French or whatever it may be, or for Kathy and I, Cape Breton, whatever it might be. But, you know, we have a lot of a variety of different staff, and I don't think we're taking advantage of the fact that we have staff, especially the customer service centers, that may be at least bilingual, and that should reflect our municipality, as we're more diverse now than ever before. So I'm wondering if there hasn't been conversations around that with our customer service centers.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Mancini, and you know, overall, I think, you know, through our 311 you know, operation, I think we can provide translation services in 100 different languages. So right. That's you know, I think we're doing a really good job hitting our mark there. You bring up a good point with respect to our customer service centers. I'm not aware if we do have any agents that are maybe bilingual or speak another language. Certainly, I would say, you know, with respect to the customer service that happens at the counter, it is usually people coming in to make a payment on a tax account or to you know, bus pass or things like that. It's a very transactional specific with respect to either paying on taxes or buying a good like a transit pass. Whereas, 311 services are very much more information. I wouldn't discount the customer service centers provide a level of information to people that are walk-ins, but I would say it's basically more to facilitate a transaction. But your points are well taken, and if if Kim's on the call and has anything to add there, we may have some agents or customer service reps that do have that bilingual component.
Sure, Jerry, I mean, we can take this offline, obviously, but I just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. We should reflect our residents and our communities and much more diversity, and it's just a show of respect and welcoming. If we have some of our agents and our desk people, so we can take this offline further on. But I just want to make sure I plant that seed, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's something we can certainly look at when in our recruitment and things like that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Bagel-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for your benefit, Kim and how Cleva. So a little Gaelic. And Councillor Mancini, I think the Auditor General came in as an under the other day. So that might be the first one.
My apologies to the Auditor General.
Thanks. And I want to say that in terms of the deferral program and the tax office, had an experience with a senior this week who has a disability, and a whole bunch of things happened in her life that her payment didn't get there in time and when it was supposed to. And so, we worked together, made a phone call. She called me back and said, the nicest person called me back. Everything's all settled. My deferral, I'm still in the deferral program. Everything's great. She had the best experience that she's ever had. So it's a very recent experience, and I celebrate the staff that are there, and a shout out to Christine Buckley, who is amazing. So that was a great thing to be able to share today. And thanks for the presentation, Jerry. The question that I have is probably on the redesign of community grants. There's a word in there that, the redesign to make it more easier, but fairer. And so I'm curious about how we define fairer. There's a couple of experiences that I've had, and a shout out to PJ Temple there, because there was a file that we had some questions about. So I got to see the entire file from beginning to end. And the due diligence that was brought to that file was amazing. And to show it out, because legal needed to be involved, and to see where they came into the process was a pretty good thing to see. But where I'm worried or a little bit of a question is that there are sometimes at nonprofits, what is the arm's length if they're on private property or part of a business that has an arm that's a nonprofit, and then they apply to the community grants. So is that what we're looking at when we say fairer? So if you could just expand a little bit on that for me, that would be great.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for bringing that up. Obviously, our grants program and especially around, community grants and nonprofits. Yeah, we definitely, we want to make that fairer, more inclusive. It's, some nonprofit organizations have very influential boards. They have very skilled boards that are very capable. They know how to go out and apply for funding, and they have the skill sets that, can really put together, quality applications. And then there's some other boards and that don't have trouble recruiting board members and things like that. So, we really want to make sure that the applications speak to need, and certainly make it, easier, make sure that access of entry into the program is there, not make it too complicated that for those, boards that, again, don't have, good board representation or a particular skill set on the board to fill out those applications. So, I'll ask Bruce if he wants to comment on that a little bit more, because it's one of his deliverables, if he wouldn't mind speaking to that.
Good day, Council. Bruce Fisher, Director of Financial Policy and Planning. You're correct. You do need to be very careful with the word fair because it can be very subjective. So we want to be very transparent and clear in our criteria. That's one of the things we need to do. We want to make sure that the program is extremely inclusive and that we're reaching a wide range of nonprofits, not only the larger traditional ones, but the newer ones and ones that may have any kind of special difficulties. Let's say they're more focused for immigrants, English is a second language, those sorts of things. And so as part of doing that, we need to be much better than we are on the web. So we need to have much better web access. We need to have much better advertising and communications. We're working with corporate communications right now to advertise to different areas. You did mention the arm's length. I'm familiar with the issues that you're mentioning. They are very, very tricky. We're trying to do a balancing act between, on the one hand, our due diligence to the taxpayer, and at the same time, we've got to look very closely at some of these nonprofits and try to be fair to them because they are bringing community services. And so I'm not sure what the final answer is going to be, but we're always on the lookout for those particular applications, and we're watching them very carefully. Hope that gives you some additional background.
It does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Dale Gammon asked about the community grants program. Just kind of curious about the changes and stuff. I'd like to see more details as that unfolds. My question is again around our tax sale processes and stuff. Here we are going by tax sale tender again. I see we're advertising another one for March the 8th. I keep getting frustrated that I felt that the local councillors should be advised of what properties are going on for tax sale in their particular districts, because we have some more local knowledge and appreciation of where these lands might be and how they may benefit the community or should be targeted towards other uses. Just recently, we had a piece of marshland in the Cole Harbor Basin go up for tax sale. And I said, for mere $1,800 or whatever the case may be, we should have gone after the province, make sure they acquired it because they own the rest of the basin. And this is one marshland piece that was missing. And, I just find it so frustrating that in the past we used to get this information, but we don't anymore. But they also changed legislation where municipal councillors and their family cannot participate in a tax sale process in regards to buying property. So therefore, there's no conflict of interest, no vested interest for us not to know this information beforehand. And I think that we should be having that opportunity to see this, because we could also look at the situation and know where those properties may be a better benefit for perhaps the adjacent neighbor or something the case may be. I do that type of outreach. Other councils may not, but I do. And I think that us in a rural context should be allowed to look at that information beforehand before it becomes public knowledge. My other question is regards to how are we updating our tax roll data in regards to the amount of accounts we still don't have an assessment account number assigned to a PID or vice versa, or the owner unknown. Last year I asked the same question. We had over 200 plus files in my particular district of owner unknown properties, and here we are missing tax bills or missing opportunities for tax revenues because of the lack of data. Where are we in updating our record files with regards to the unmatched files with assessment account numbers with PID or owner unknown status?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And on your first question with regard to tax sale, again, council will be notified the same time as the public. I could certainly ask the solicitor if he wanted to weigh in on that. He's welcome to. On the owner unknown and the assessment roll issues, that's always been an ongoing issue. So certainly one we take very seriously, and we work very closely with our partners at Property Valuation Services and the Land Registry in trying to work through those problems. As you know, they can be very complex. They can go back a number of years, especially when you get, estate issues involved. These go back generations. So, it is something that's on our radar. We diligently try to work through these. There is a process with owner unknowns that there comes a time that we can actually, engage with the province with them to see if it's, if it's something that they would be interested to buy, if we can take it through a tax sale process. So, your question, I don't know if that's the answer you want, but we continually work on those. The issues that you speak of, I know they're very prevalent, more so in the rural districts, especially in yours. But it's something that is continually worked on, and they are very, very challenging files to resolve. Thank you.
Like I said, I think there should also be a process where we can pull certain properties because of other provincial interests or municipal interests. I don't want to see road reserves be sold off again. We had a problem in Lake Echo, and I don't want to see that happen again. We have a situation, though, like I mentioned, about the marshland in the Coal Harbor Basin. That should never gone to tax sale. That should have gone either to the province or gone to Ducks Unlimited or somewhere else to acquire that property or to process it. There's no way that should have gone to a tax bid. There should be a process of if there's a particular property of significance, there should be a way to pull it from the file instead of having taxes paid on it.
Thank you. I see John has popped up and then he disappeared. Okay, go ahead, John.
So to the councilor's question around notification, it's not something that I've looked at. I don't know the history of why the process changed, and frankly, I've never had an opportunity to go back and see whether, or what the issue might have been as to why it changed. The practice has been what it is at the point. But I would say that legally under the charter, there is no ability to divert property out of the tax sale process. It is required after a certain point to go up for tax sale. That does not prevent, the province or other interested parties from bidding on it, but it does tie our hands in terms of road reserves or other sorts of lands where I think the local councillor might have some concerns with.
Well, I'm just asking.
Thank you very much, David.
My only question is, Mr. Chairman, is we should get an advance notice. They look at the list and say, okay, we can look at it. There might be a problem with this file, There should be a way that we should be able to hold it from a tax sale process. There's no automatic threshold, 3 years or plus, it goes automatically for tax sale. And I think it also hits to a dollar value. So I'd like to know in regards to what are those triggers that automatically put it on the tax sale list. Perhaps there should be a way of assessing that before it gets to that point.
Would you mind coming back with that question, David?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just on tax sales, Councillor Hensby had me thinking, and it's sometimes you forget to actually reach out with with things that I think we've improved upon. And I think the doing tax sale by tender, which I know is something that's changed in the last couple of years, I think this has been a very positive change because it does net that increased value for out of the sale of the property. We only get the tax value out of it.
Sam, you just stopped. Is that just me hearing you stop, or?
Well, I just stopped just now.
Everybody's frozen.
No, well, I'm hearing him okay, Mr. Chair.
As am I.
Here.
It's just you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, you froze.
We lose our chair.
The power is gone in Sackville, baby.
Yeah, it's a black screen there. So as we're adrift here, I don't know. Do I keep going? Do we have a new
I
chair?
think Kathy can step in as vice and keep going, Sam.
It is noontime.
Yeah, we could take a break here, guys, and come back.
Maybe that's the simple thing to do.
The absence of the chair, maybe I'll suggest that we take our break now. It's 12 o'clock and come back at 1 o'clock and hopefully have the chair back with us. Is that all right with folks?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's
Absolutely.
let's do that. Ian, you'll try to get a hold of Chair Russell for us.
Absolutely. We will put on the holding screen and we will recess this meeting. We will plan on returning at 1 o'clock.
Hi, folks. I am back. I don't know if where we are. I apologize.
Chair Russell, this is Ian McLean here. There are a couple people that seem to be having some connectivity issues. So the committee decided to start the lunch break. So we have recess with a plan to return at 1 o'clock.
That sounds like a phenomenal idea. Okay, thank you very much.
Did we lose connection or something? I don't know what's going on here.
Hey, Counselor, Jerry here. Yeah, just broke for lunch. Yeah, there's a bunch of people having connectivity issues, so back at 1.
I was wondering, it seemed like we all froze out, whatever, so.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Same thing happened to me, David.
All right, thanks for letting me know. See you after lunch.
Good afternoon. It is now 1 o'clock. We'll be taking down the holding screen and returning your microphones and cameras. Chair Russell, you can start the meeting on your call.
Thank you very much, Ian. I'd like to welcome everybody back. That was a rather interesting interruption and acknowledgement that everybody needed a lunch break. So I would like to, again, just welcome everybody back. If all of the councillors could please turn on your cameras, this will allow us to make sure that everybody is in the meeting, and then we will be able to take a better accounting of those who might not be here and see how we are. I see 9 of us so far.
9 of the best.
Well, the 8 best plus me.
Tony counts as 2, though. He's pretty good. Yeah.
Tim's feeling much better now, I can tell.
You're starting, well, you're feeling better too, I think. So you got that shine back in your forehead there.
The little bit of lip is coming back. That's right. Yeah, I'll get there. Thank you.
I would like to remind people that we are live. And this is being broadcast. So
is that a hint, Mr. Chair?
It may imply yes, you may be able to take it that way. Councillor Cuddle, good to see you. Welcome to the meeting. It's good to see that you're able to join us by candlelight.
My power has been restored, so sorry to have missed the first half, but glad to be here now. Thank you.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. So at this point, we are at 14 out of 17. Councillor Austin, you were in the middle of something just as lunch introduced itself.
I'm
So
sure whatever it was quite brilliant, and now alas, it's lost to time. So
you're just going to have to try and live up to your standards.
we will have to soldier on. So
I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just been it was on the on tax sales that I was just thanking staff for the change they made in that over the last number of years in terms of putting them out to a tender process rather than the old way of doing them through auction, because I mean, I think it's a much better, it's more fair for the person on the receiving end, because the way that these things can sometimes unfold can be somewhat predatory in terms of someone loses the property, we get our taxes, but then the value, the equity piece is just lost, right? It becomes someone else's windfall. So the tenders seem to be much more competitive in terms of introducing some of that rather than the auction. So well done on that piece. I did want to ask about Halifax and finances portion of that, because if we go back to our update report from a little while ago, the finance section, there's 3 items that are identified as finances, where they are the lead business unit, and they were all intended action starts for 2020. And there's that particular section has a lot of red X's. And I note in the presentation and the report that the intended kind of response from finance on some of these is 2023 Q4. So 2 years out. So I'm wondering if finance can Jerry can comment a little bit on the work that's going on there, and whether or not that 2023, is that the conclusion? Is there interim stuff that we'll be getting along the way? Because that's an awful long time to, to put off to get something something sorted out on this 2 years into the thing, when we're getting all our implementation in a lot of areas up and running this year.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And if you have that in front of you, I'm not quite sure what document you're looking at in terms of that it has X's against our actions?
Yeah,
It'll
so it was the
specific-
Halifax update report. So it has, just started, on track, adequately resourced. And so there's 3 items that are in the finance and asset management: integrate climate action into financial decision making, establish a new mechanism for financing climate action, green municipal investments. And the only one that's got a check mark is started on the integrate climate into financial decision making. So there's a fair, bit of work to get underway in terms of what finances small portion of Halifax.
Yeah, so I would say that was kind of not reflective of where we are right now. So our capital planning and asset management team is very much integrated and aligned, works very closely with Halifax. I think what you have seen that was been brought forward through the fiscal framework shows finance's commitment to sustainable funding for Halifax. I know it talks about green investments and, not to get into a conversation around green bonds, but that's there as kind of like an option and certainly maybe something we want to look at in the future. But in terms of what we propose to council around the funding strategy, which is, we raise the money that goes into the strategic reserve that then is going to pay down the debt that we're going to take on to finance Halifax. Our mantra is always we want to do the best bang for the buck, right? So, going the debt route through Municipal Finance Corp, based on our review, is much more advantageous in terms of rates and overall financing costs than going through a green bond, for example, option that other cities have been doing. And a lot of that relates to our debt is issued by the province through the Municipal Finance Corp. So we, the province backstops our debt, and that's why we get such good rates that are, that beat any of, the financing out there through green bonds, right? And to be clear on green bonds, it's just another form of debt. So, the fact that the plan that we have put forward hasn't considered any of that, is certainly I wouldn't say it's misleading or anything like that, but I would say that finance is well on point and well aligned with Halifax in terms of funding, and also other support areas around procurement, tendering, the capital projects that need to be tendered to deliver on the actions.
Okay. If I could flip to, I'll
And
ask
you are over your 5 minutes.
Okay, I will ask to come back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Who do we have next? Councillor Kent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the presentation, Jerry, I'm not familiar with the terminology Lean Six Sigma and yellow belts. And can you just tell me a little more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not a guru in that area. I've taken the performance excellence training as well as the yellow belt training. So, Lean Six Sigma is a discipline around looking at process improvement. In a nutshell, it's taking existing processes and finding better ways to do them. Looking not just at looking at it from a cost saving point of view, but from more qualitative factors in terms of it's a more meaningful work experience, for example, for the staff or the people doing the task. It's you can have varying degrees of Lean Six Sigma, right up to a green belt, up to or a black belt or a master black belt, and we do have a master black belt. We're lucky to say on our staff, Chris Anstey, but it's just it's a discipline that specializes really into efficiencies and process improvements. It really like breaks down processes in terms of, you know, things like value streams and all the small tasks that are involved in an end-to-end process, and tries to eliminate the waste and the non-value added activities.
So just to follow up on that, is that, so you spoke to your belt and Mr. Anstey's belt. Is this something that you are trying to encourage staff to, other members of your team to be engaged in that? And what would your goal be? Or is it that those two, you and Mr. Anstey, are both, where in the complement of most efficiency would it look like for you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, going back to the slides, I think we said we have how many people trained on overall in terms of performance excellence, and that's just basic training, right? We have 529 staff who have taken our introductory performance excellence training, okay? And 267 staff are trained in Lean Six Sigma. So that is mostly the yellow belt training is what they call it. It's being able to, you know, sort of look at an end-to-end process and look at how do you eliminate non-value added activities. For example, we have a small amount of what they call green belts in the organization. But I guess to answer your question, what the goal is performance excellence is not just like a department. It's not a process. It's about culture change, right? So it's about the organization, you know, changing the way they think, the way they do their everyday jobs around, you know, improving processes. And again, it's not always comes down to cost savings, but it's better ways of doing things, right? So better ways of providing information to the public, for example, could be one, right?
Thank you. Jacques, would you like to add something to that? Jacques, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Jerry nailed the answer to the question, but I just want to add this, is that Lean Six Sigma and is part of our performance excellence initiative, and it is effectively a cultural change that, you know, we brought into the organization in 2016, and it's really to have everyone focus on process improvement. I go back a couple of weeks ago when Councillor Outhitt was talking about, you know, what are we doing to try to save money and stuff. This is all about trying to create efficiencies in the organization and trying to giving people the tools in their hands and in their heads to actually participate across the organization in process improvement. So we just make things better, and ultimately, of course, we can save money and redirect savings to other issues, or simply taking them out of the budget. But that's what we've been doing now for since 2016. We've been involved in this. We introduced it into the organization, and that late 2016, early 2017, and we've been at it ever since. And we intend to continue that, because it's a great way to look at. There's various tools in performance excellence, and there are various methodologies in Lean Six Sigma that you can use depending on the situation you're trying to look at. So that's what this is all about.
Thank you. Councillor Kent, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That was very helpful. And I'm glad we're doing it. It's great.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And once again, we may have power interruption, so please bear with us. We will work through them as best we can. Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Mr. Chair, and I just had a question about something that sounds new. It seems like we're doing quite a few innovative things, and it's great to hear about that. But I'd like to know a little bit more about the mention of the World Council on City Data. and what the benefits of accreditation are there and why we're pursuing that, if you could. And also if you could say a little bit about what we're doing on natural assets data management. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the World Data Council, I'm gonna turn that over to Wendy to speak to that. She's managing that initiative and can speak to it in much more detail than myself.
Hello, Wendy Lyons, Director of Corporate Planning and Performance. So the World Council on City Data is it's a nonprofit organization that's aligned with an ISO standard. So it's a benchmark organization that benchmarks municipal quality of life indicators across the world. There's already 25 Canadian municipalities that will be able to benchmark against as well. When you accredit, it has to do with the number of key performance indicators that you're able to incorporate and benchmark against. Right now, we are on track to certify with Platinum, and that allows us to showcase that we're a Platinum city, but it also gives us access to all of that benchmark data on quality of life.
Fantastic. That sounds great. And what are the best things that we're doing? Maybe if you could just kind of briefly describe a couple of the best things that we're doing that how we got that Platinum rating.
Oh, we haven't got there yet. We've
Okay.
submitted, so we're in progress right now. So we've collected all the information. So it's not just.
Is it just me, or are others losing Wendy Lyons as well?
Yeah.
No, we also lost her.
Yeah.
We also lost her. Okay. Would somebody be able to follow on where Wendy dropped off?
Yeah, I can just pick it up from there. So in terms, I think she's back.
Hi, I don't know where I landed, but so we have submitted for Platinum certification, and we will hear back in the next couple of weeks once they have finished their audit on whether we will certify as Platinum. We feel that will happen in about the April timeframe.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'd also asked about natural assets.
Yeah, natural assets. Crystal is going to take that one.
Yes, Crystal Nallen, Director of Asset Management. I'm sure you've heard Shannon Miedema speak in the last couple of weeks about their work on the natural asset piece. And of course, with the asset management data that we are working with the other business units on, we have been partnering with Shannon's group as much as we can. We do now have a dedicated asset management specialist on our team within the last 6 months who has been participating with Shannon's team on the work that they've been doing with MNIA on collecting that original data inventory that we have for the municipality, and we will be working with them over the next year or so to take that on to the next stage where we can assess where is our best focus to work on, how can we move that data into our GIS for accessibility to help make decisions and what have you. So yes, we're working very closely with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Morse, for your second time, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. What I'd like to chat about a little bit is the rural experience. And, one of the things I think that we continue to miss is the understanding of the difference between the rural experience and the suburban and urban experience when we're looking at what it is that residents need. And I'm speaking in particular about the contact center. And I know last budget, I brought this up. Are we tracking the calls when they're coming in that are specific to provincial services? I'm going to talk about this when corporate communications chats with us about their budget. But when I look at the page 10, when you talk about resident engagement in regards to corporate planning and performance, I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that we had less than 2,000 surveys for that resident survey. And, you know, in thinking about the difference in experience for folks who live in that 80% region, 80% rural region of HRM, you know, it's very different for those folks. And so the resident engagement portion where the statement is this service involves the solicitation of public opinion related to community priorities, as well as the services provided by the municipality. Once again, I have to remind staff that we work hand in hand with the province. And so, you know, all of those folks who are in the rural provincial boundary, I guess is the best way that I can describe it. They need to be acknowledged. And I just would like, Jerry, if you can speak to the contact center, has there been a shift towards, you know, tracking those provincial calls? Do we know how well we're doing? Are we getting to the point where that quality customer service for the folks who are calling from the rural communities are feeling like they're heard and they're not just, you know, shoved up, oh, sorry for calling 311. I know we told you to call 311, but we really can't help you. You need to talk to the province. I hear that every single week, that frustration from residents that they are not getting the service that they need from HRM, but yet being told to call 311. So I just would like to know if how we're doing on that, Jerry. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And you know, I think Kim is on the call, and she can sort of speak to you know, how we track those calls. But what I can tell you is this, councillor, is that every call that comes through 311 is treated with the same level of customer service, whether you're rural, suburban, urban, you know, or if somebody called that wasn't from our you know, within our municipal boundaries, if we can find a way to provide that information and have a good customer experience, you know, we're gonna do that. Certainly things get put through our 311 that are not within our municipal mandate. They're more in a provincial mandate, or maybe they're with the Water Commission. What we, you know, what we do there is and Kim can speak to this a little bit more, is I think the term is we use sort of like a warm transfer. We do our absolute best to make sure those inquiries, if they come through 311, whether it's the province, Nova Scotia Power, Halifax Water Commission, that they those customers have the same experience as if they were calling about, you know, if it was about a solid waste call or snow clearing, and that transfer is handed off to the appropriate authorities that has the mandate to action that service. So, you know, with that, I'll turn it over to Kim for anything she has to add there.
Good afternoon, Kim Jolly-Moore, Director of Customer Contact Centers. Yes, we've worked very closely with our partners, working more and more with Halifax Water, working on, as Jerry mentioned in his presentation, working with them even on the after hours so we can provide some consistency. So we're very closely with Halifax Water. We do work with the province, but we still have to follow their service requirements. So their service requirements from 311 or from HRM is that we can warm transfer a call, and we do track those, but they're not separate. We have no means of tracking how we transfer calls out to give you data on this many were provincial, this many were for telecoms or what have you. But we do have the total number of transfers. We have it down as a project to look at for this year. I have to collaborate with ICT to see if there's a means, because it's a change in our current system, our telephony system. So there's a new version that's about to be released through TELUS. And with that version, we may be able to add the collecting of the data on the number of calls transferred to the province, but we are not able to dispatch. We don't have connectivity for, the systems to issue a service request. So in our opinion, we try very closely to work. I know Comms has worked recently on adding additional information to the website. So for storm event, if you're calling and it's an HRM owned street, please call 311. We will transfer them to the province as well, or click here for additional information on provincially owned streets. So they just added that to assist residents as well. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question completely, but that is the information we have on our partnerships with other partners that we do not have connectivity to issue a service request to.
Thank you, Kim. I appreciate that. I'm just wondering if I could get a definition of what that handoff is, or that warm transfer. Is it that folks are given a 1-800 number to call and told to call, or is there an internal process that the caller is redirected? Is there a hang up? I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
So dual. We do try the warm transfer, but if the call is not being picked up on our partner side, so at the provincial side, we do not keep the customer on the phone on hold until that call is answered. We try the transfer, and if there isn't any answer, we provide them with the number to call, or they can leave a message. It is their choice.
Thank you. Thanks, Kim. I appreciate that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, and if I could add, and I probably should have said this in the opening, certainly if any counselor would like to come and visit our 311 center, anytime, we can certainly make that happen. And you can actually, put on a headset and sit with an agent and listen firsthand to how the calls are fielded through and the quality of service that's provided there. So that's certainly something we can put out there. Thank you.
Happy to work the phones for you, Jerry. No problem.
Super. Thank you very much. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Thanks, Jerry and team for this. I would like to put the the 20-year community vision on for a vote for the BAL if this is the right time. I wasn't sure.
We are in the middle of the main motion, so now is exactly the right time for that.
Okay.
So you are making a motion to add the 20-year community vision as an option under budget?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ian, can we please have the wording for that in the chat? And do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Trish.
Thank you. Just in an effort to not made any bones about it, I'm opposed to this big increase for taxes for our small businesses, our homeowners. So anything that we can do to try to keep the taxes as low as possible for this year, and if this is an option that can be postponed till next year, in no way signifying that it's not significant or important, but if it can be pushed ahead to the following year for this year's taxes to be affected in a positive way, then I would like to try to keep it as low as possible.
Thank you, Trish. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you very much. And thanks for putting that on the floor, Councillor Purdy. I will not be supporting it. I think from a strategic perspective, it's important for us to move this forward as intended. This work is vital to the work that we're already doing with the regional plan work. And so therefore, I do not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers to it. I'm curious. Yes, Ian, if you could put that in the chat, please, I would appreciate it. I'm curious what relationship this has with what we're doing with the regional plan. Are we anywhere near duplicating any effort? I'm just not clear on that. Jerry or somebody.
Yeah, no, I don't think it duplicates any effort. I think it, it would bring forward information that may complement the regional plan. But I'll ask Wendy to speak to that as well.
Hello. Yes. No, I don't. It's not a duplication of work. It's work that we'll leverage. So obviously the regional plan consultation will probably conclude before we commence engagement. And based on the findings that we will kind of start to illustrate gaps in a comprehensive vision as we start to go out and engage stakeholder groups. So it'll make it more effective in the end to have the information stemming from that consultation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Wendy. The formal motion that we have in the chat is that the Budget Committee include a reduction for costs associated with Community Vision Program proposed within the 2022-23 Finance and Asset Management budget to the parking lot as an operating under budget option for consideration. Councillor Cleary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to follow up on both what's in the report, but also what Ms. Lyons just talked about. So in the report, it says the municipality is undertaking a 20-year community vision to understand the unique perspective of our diverse communities. So I'm wondering if she could elaborate a little bit. She talked about, consulting with stakeholders and communities. When we talk about diverse communities, what specific groups, areas are we talking about? Who would be the stakeholders? Who are we consulting with?
Oh, it's a very comprehensive list, Councillor. So not only would it be our community of communities, so we'd go out to various communities, our geographic communities. We'd also engage the business community, the nonprofit community, special interest communities, cultural communities as well. So very comprehensive engagement.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think I'll reserve judgment until we get to the vote, but I think this to me sounds like an incredibly important piece of work that we need to be doing, and I'm not sure delaying it, given the kind of conversations we regularly have around council about, especially geographic communities, cultural communities, including them and making sure they're part of our 20-year vision. So thank you, Ms. Lyons. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. When I hear community visioning, I'm thinking of the first regional plan processes that we done a number of years ago. And we had a great expectation from a lot of communities to do a community visioning exercise. And then it was dropped because it was just way too much for staff, as well as expectations were way too high across the board. So how is this process going to be any different? I'd like to know in regards to, are we going to streamline this community visioning? Is it going to be more of a laser focus versus a broad stream of view? I'd like to know how we're going to simplify the expectations of this time around with the community visioning document.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So we're going to be using multiple streams, obviously, to interface with stakeholder groups, focus groups, crowdsourcing, software, survey. So we'll be using a multi-pronged approach. Of course, we'll be coming to council first with a recommendation of how we are going to consult with the community, likely in Q2 with some options. And I think we'll hash that out well in advance before we actually move forward to engage.
Well, to me, it still sounds like it's a broad interpretation of community visioning and more of a holistic approach across the municipality and not community by community. We have over 200 communities in HRM. The last time we had like a long list of specific communities. For instance, Musquodoboit Harbor community visioning exercise was many years ago. We finally got to the point of a community conceptual master plan. Now waiting for the staff report to come forward on how to move that forward and move forward with the design work on the Main Street streetscape for that community. It's been a long time coming for this particular community, but I know there's going to be other communities wanted to get on the same plateau, I guess you could say. So I'm still wondering how this is all going to shake out.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies, colleagues, if I've been the one that's been asleep with the switch on this. But for the life of me, I'm racking my brain, and I can't remember hearing about this initiative until today. Is this something that's being identified here as, to do? Like, where is this thing coming from in the first place? This 20-year vision. Owning my ignorance here.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, it's actually been in past business plans, but it has been deferred because of COVID. Obviously, you're not going to undertake the type of consultation in the community with with a pandemic going on. So it has been deferred to this point. 20-year community visions are very, you'll see them in many municipalities across Canada. What they allow, it's a broad consultation that's only undertaken, for a 25-year horizon or a 20-year horizon, that casts a long-range plan for how communities want to aspire to grow. And what it does is sets up a framework for successive councils with a focus to how the community wants to grow, and not just in terms of development, but in terms of broader things like how a particular community wants to grow, quality of life, cultural aspects, that type of thing. If it's of an interest to council, I could certainly circulate other 20-year vision documents to give folks a flavor of what they are, but they are intended to be very focused on consultation to ensure that a broad range of stakeholders are heard and integrated into plans.
Okay. Did this have like a report to council to initiate like 2 years ago pre-COVID, or is like, I'm just trying to put my mind trying back to follow how it came to us.
Yeah, it came through the business planning process 2 years ago. Just that it was something that we wanted to undertake so that we could, establish a long-term vision for our community. But again, it's been deferred.
Okay.
The first step, we have done a jurisdictional scan. That step has been completed, which is like just understanding how others have undertaken these type of approaches. So the next step is to come to regional council with a report with some options on how to undertake the process.
Okay. I guess where I'm at on this right now is I'll vote to add it to the list, but I don't know that I'll vote to actually cut it in the end. But I'll go for putting on the list just so we can have that option in the end. It sounds like something that if we did it next year instead of this year, it wouldn't be the end of the world, given that we've deferred it already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cuttle.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I thank you for putting this on the table for discussion. I think that it is something that is critically important to us as a council, also as a as an organization, to really understand where we're going next. And when we look at our city and we see the amount of growth that's happening, the number of newcomers that have arrived in our city, the change that is happening, it is time to look at what are the next 20 years going to look like, and how are we going to provide and service for our growing community. So I think it is an important time, and we need to initiate this. And as Councillor Lovelace said, it also needs to align with some of the other work that we're doing. So to that, I'm interested, I think the success of an exercise like this is based both on the quality of information that's gathered and collected, which you've spoken to a little bit about, I mean, how you're going to go about gathering that information, but also how the information is used. So I'm just wondering if you can speak a little bit about, you know, how it will be implied, how it will be used to inform what HRM does, kind of what the outcome of this work will be for the municipality. Because I think, you know, when we look at all the strategies and visioning exercises that we've done, you know, it needs to be something that has some power and impact behind it, and not just a, you know, another strategy, another document sitting on a shelf. So I'm really interested about how this visioning exercise will be integrated into what happens in the municipality on kind of a day-to-day basis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Obviously the information that we glean from the process would be used to augment plans. So obviously, if there's a clear direction, a focus, of priorities, we would look to update existing plans like the IMP, like Halifax, with shifting focus and priorities for our communities. We would also be taking it, using it to cast our next 4-year strategic plan. So obviously, this is very good guidance in preparing for the next 4 years. We're in mid-flight right now of this plan, and so obviously we hope to finish the visioning process, getting ready to establish the next four-year plan, and that's when you know, the community's voices would be heard within that plan.
Yeah, Councillor, and I'll just say, you know, the plan I talked about earlier about some of our initiatives is around long-term, you know, sustainable funding and long-term financial and capital planning. So again, this would be a guiding document to help those strategies and you know, as Wendy mentioned, right, it's going to look at cultural pieces too. So as a community or a municipality, undergoing a lot of growth, certainly, you know, different cultures and different demographics there would, you know, would be inclusive of that and the community needs there as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to make an additional point, and thank you, Councillor Cuddle, for raising the growth issue. You know, this council has made a commitment to diversity and inclusivity. We've made a commitment to our Indigenous communities. We've made a commitment to the African Nova Scotian communities. We have made a commitment to our French speaking communities, our Francophonie communities. So, you know, I think that the continual delay of this important work will, you know, is detrimental overall to all of these commitments that we've made to these vital communities. And in addition to that, you know, Wendy, I think that, and you'll agree with me on this, is that we continue to miss the mark when it comes to youth all across HRM. We're not hearing them. We're not able to listen to them. So I urge you, please, to not support this motion that's on the floor right now. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll probably support the motion, and for a few reasons. That just in terms of the timing, whether or not it's the right time. And so, as the staff have said, they think that it could be moved a year. And to Councillor Austin's comment about, wow, did I miss something? I felt the same way when I saw this. I was looking at it saying, oh, wow, where did that come from? But I do feel a little bit bruised about visioning work. When I think about some of the work that happened in my community before I came to council with a Fall River visioning plan, but then they're recommendations only. They don't have to be taken. So I wonder about what is the teeth that comes with some of these, you know, visioning exercises. I know that the last time, I think maybe only 2 or 3 communities actually finished their visioning exercises, and then it came out, especially what I see in Fall River right now is, you know, some of the recommendations were not followed. And so developments are coming forward that aren't conforming to the visioning recommendations that they had, because they said, well, we don't have to accept them. So so again, I work, and I know that, a visioning piece of work does inform, and it gives us the flavor of how people want to see our municipality grow. I agree with our deputy mayor that the voice of youth is missing, and I know it's going to happen. So I hope that comes up. The other voice that is difficult to hear in some of these exercises is that of the very rural HRM, and especially those that have an internet desert. And how do we connect and make it really easy for rural HRM to participate in any kind of surveys and visioning exercises? So I guess just those are more comments than questions. The only question might be, how much does it stay in terms of the visioning work? I'm looking for the right words, but making sure that all of this visioning work actually has some teeth to it at the end of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, Counselor, I mean, I can take a crack at this, and then, certainly Wendy can come in. But I think the gist of your question is around, the teeth, and, is this, pie in the sky stuff that may or may not happen. I think the teeth of the visioning exercise, then goes to, council, and it's basically to inform council that then you can then take that and inform yourself to then bring forward your strategy for your council mandate. So that's I think where the teeth of the visioning exercise comes in, is basically to inform council to help make decisions around your strategic priorities and your your 4-year mandate. Wendy, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
No, I think that you nailed it there, Jerry. It is a professional document, and the document wouldn't have the detail. The detail would be definitely shared with each counselor, and that would, as Jerry alluded to, be used to inform plans around the capital planning process as well.
This is Ian McLean. I've just heard from the chair. He is having some power issues and is going to be joining us back again momentarily.
Councillor Daigle Gammon, you're up.
I was just going to say, Ian, would you like me to step in until our chair comes back? Perhaps we've lost Ian as well.
Make it so, number one.
Great.
What things can we do while the chair is away?
That's right.
Exactly.
My apologies, Councillor Daigle Gammon. That would be an appropriate thing to do. So we're just trying to coordinate, trying to get some people back into the meeting.
No money in that half a sack though.
And I'm looking to see in the chat if there was anyone else left to speak on the motion that's currently on the floor, and I don't see anyone there. Oh, Councillor Hensby.
Well, Deputy Vice Chair, I totally agree with your comments about the past community visioning exercise plans that were done. I remember the Fall River one very well and stuff, and Musquodoboit Harbor, Penhorn, Bedford, and a few others. I really think that we should go back and look at implementing the visions that were envisioned at that time. Like you said, why make recommendations, let them sit on a shelf and do nothing? We don't need to turn a blind eye to those reports. Let's open them back up. Let's implement some of them. That's the real vision, is to implement what's already been envisioned already. So let's get on with the work that's been done already.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. I couldn't agree with you more. Jerry, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, not to be cliche, but I guess, the past does inform the present. And, I think we could go back and certainly dust off those plans as a guide to help us go forward, for sure. But, I think, you're looking at plans that are, I think, 20 years old. So, I think, it's time to look at, a refresh on that and really look to the future. But, Councillor Hensby makes a valid point that, we can certainly look, have a look at those plans for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I just wanted to point out exactly, what you said, Jerry. So we can be, we can look back 20, 25 years and we can look at those documents and those communities, but they're not the same communities. What we have now is a rapidly growing HRM. If we think that implementing a plan from 2009, I'm just looking at the Lucasville Beaverbank plan, is beneficial, then I'm just lost here, because I really think that if we look backwards and attempt to implement what we thought was a good idea 20 years ago or 15 years ago, we've lost the opportunity to build a really great municipality here. What we need to do now is align the work that we are doing with the regional plan with what it is that the communities see themselves as, reflect the values, reflect the culture, reflect the reality of those communities. Building the community plan today for tomorrow. That's what we need to do. We don't need to go back 20 years to rehash what's already been done. And I will remind councillors, it is up to this council to move forward on those community plans to realize the vision of the communities. And so again, I urge you, as you can tell, to please vote no in this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Outit.
Thank you. What a refreshing change from that Paul fellow, I tell you. No, thank you, Kathy. I just want clarification. I mean, we're not voting on this to scrap it and not do it. And I had to take a call, so I missed out here for a moment, so I apologize. But are we not really just considering pushing it out a year versus not doing it at all? Because I agree with everything I've heard of why there's a benefit to do it, but I just think that the mayor and Trish and others are looking to ways to just try and save a little money this year, because we're already looking at least a 4.6 increase right now before we even get to the BAL. So I'm just wondering, Jerry, if I'm right on this, but are we really just looking to push it out a year? I don't think anybody is really questioning the value of it at some point. Am I correct?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is valuable work. Putting it as an under doesn't diminish it as not important. As Wendy mentioned, the work is going to start on this in the second half of next year. So, it's something that, is important. We need to do. But it could be deferred a year. But, it's something that we would like to get in place for the next council to prepare the priorities and plans around the next mandate. So,
no, just important, and I'm not sure how I'm going to vote yet, but just important that I hope staff and council do realize, and those watching, that we do think this is important. That's not the issue. And I certainly at some point would support it. But anyway, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, you can resume.
Thank you very much. I do apologize for that. We had a power flicker here, and so I lost who might be coming up to speak. I heard a lot of the conversation, but I didn't see the chat. So if there is anybody following Councillor Outfit, please indicate that.
Mr. Chair, there were no more speakers after Councillor Outfit.
That is awesome. That must mean we are ready for the question. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
The question has been called. Ian, over to you.
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith. Against? 9, Councillor Cleary.
No.
10, Councillor Morse.
Opposed.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
Against?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting no.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting against the motion?
15, Chair Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oathead.
Sorry, voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Mayor Savage is out of the meeting.
Thank you. District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
We're voting in favor of the motion.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Ian, I have 7 against and 9 in favor. Does that match your count?
Chair Russell, that is the same count I have.
Okay, super. That motion passes. So that is on the budget adjustment list. We are back on the main motion. Thank you, everybody. So to speak the second time on the main motion, I have Councillor Lovelace.
No, I don't think I was, oh, no, I don't think I was speaking on the main motion again, sir. That was on the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I have Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I wanted to circle back to, let's see, swimming in windows open here. Circle back to the Halifax piece and finances chunk of it. And, I get what Jerry was saying about the financing piece and green bonds, and that's one of them. I want to ask about item number 40, green municipal investments. And so that's in the plan listed as a 2020 start, and we haven't really gone anywhere on it so far. And it's not referenced in finance's business units. And this is greening our own investments, because of course we have pension funds, we have our own reserves, we have a lot of money sitting around. One of the commitments in Halifax is that we will look at making sure that those investments are being held in appropriate funds, so that we're not funding the very thing that we're now trying to forestall. So I'm wondering if Jerry can comment on if that's anywhere in the business plan for this coming year, what, if any, work we have started on that.
Yeah, thank you. And I might need a little bit of help from our municipal treasurer here, Renee, who manages our investment portfolio. So, we have an investment policy at HRM, which is, for those of you recall who are on the Audit and Finance Committee, we come back quarterly with a statement of investment activities. So in terms of our investment strategy, that is outlined by council policy. So, overall, we can invest in Canadian banks and governments, right? That's pretty much our, our investment portfolio. It's a very low risk. In terms of, what we invest in government bonds, there could be some green components to that, like investing in green bonds. Right now, it's a new thing. I think Vancouver has just stood up a program, and Ottawa, maybe one other, right? So it's kind of new. In terms of we don't go into equity markets that could have a fund. We're just not allowed. The risk is too high. So we wouldn't be going into funds that have that invest in green technology, for example, or green investments, just because a lot of those funds are packaged up with other types of private equity components. Could be infrastructure, or could be other public companies. So I don't know if that answers your question, but we are very restricted on what we can invest our money on, and it's primarily Canadian banks and it's Canadian governments. So with that, I'm going to ask Renee if she needs to clean up anything I just said. Thank you.
Ask either you or Renee, could you speak to our pension fund? I mean, I'm assuming there that we're not just in government bonds and banks.
Yeah, I mean, we can speak to the pension fund, but they operate, arm's length, right, from HRM. So, as staff, we don't influence how the pension plan invests their money. They have their own SIP&P, which is a statement of investment principles and policies that allows the pension plan to invest. But that said, I do believe they are looking at investments in some green investments as parts of their overall portfolio. But staff, we have no sway or influence in terms of how the pension plan invests its money. I'll just hand it over to Renee.
Oh, thanks very much. The only thing I'll add, thanks very much for that, Mr. Blackwood. The only thing I'll add is that our investments are very short term. So, to Jerry's point, we invest in government bonds, in very short term instruments, and that's to ensure the municipality has sufficient liquidity at all times. So we're not playing quote unquote in the market where we would see a lot of those other components. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, appreciate the answer, and I get, like, there's sections of this that are front and center in the immediate kind of world, and then there's parts of Halifax as we all try and digest and make work through the plan that are new to all of us. I mean, the item 40 does say and pension and trust funds, right? It's not just the stuff that we hold directly. And I get what you're saying about the arm's length, but that's why I think this is a piece that's sitting there to be worked out. So, I think, Mr. Chair, I would like to request a briefing note on finances on this piece of it, this item number 40 in Halifax that is supposed to be, it is listed as a to be started, but, I don't feel like we've really got a handle on it yet. So I'd like to get a briefing note on that if I may.
I believe that's in order. So you can certainly, if you would make that motion, and then if we could have a second, please.
I'll move to request a briefing note on Halifax item 40 regarding finances contribution to it.
Second, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Jerry and Jacques, does that provide enough direction? And Ian, are you able to put that into the chat that I can now see?
Yeah, I think that provides enough direction. Again, it comes down to what staff, basically has authority to do, right, in terms of how we invest our money. So, number one would be we need to look at our investment policies, but we can certainly bring a briefing note on that. And, we are quite confident as a finance team that Halifax at this point in time are very well supported from a financial point of view. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sam, is there anything additional on the briefing note?
No, I just think that a briefing on that item 40 about municipal finance, because there are some pieces of it there that, I don't think we quite have a, finance has done some good work in some areas. The plan is only 2 years old, and you're talking about changing fundamentals all over the place. But I'm feeling, when I look at what the plan says regarding this item, that we haven't really turned our minds to it. So I think it's worth getting a briefing note on it so that we can decide then, well, do we want to push this earlier as part of the business plan? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. John Traves, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, just to be clear, because I'm trying to madly open up Jerry's presentation. Are we discussing the raising of funds by green bonds to fund Halifax, or are we discussing investment by the municipality of its assets in terms of buying green bonds as an investment? So then it will help us in terms of responding.
It's item 40, green municipal investments. So this is primarily item 39, which I think finance has done a lot more work on from Jerry's answers, right? Which is that green bonds, how we're going to pay for this over the next 30 years. But item 40, which is listed as finance as the lead business unit, is that green municipal investment. And it literally says the snippet is incorporate environmental social governance principles specifically as they relate to climate into management of HRM's municipal funds, including operating funds and pension and trust funds. This includes investing HRM funds in portfolios that maintain strong ESG practices and disclosing their climate-related financial risk. And so there's a whole piece of engagement there, obviously, in terms of like our pension fund in particular, because that's probably where we have the most diversified holdings based on what finance has indicated there in terms of like we're very limited about where we can park things. And we clearly have not turned our mind to this item, even though it is identified as something that we're supposed to be working on now.
So as a co-chair as the management co-chair of the pension plan, I can tell you that that the assets in the pension plan are not subject to direction by council or otherwise, in terms of we have an obligation to fund the pension plan as an employer. Within that, though, there's certainly no doubt we have a ESG strategy currently, and it is under review by the pension committee in terms of the sorts of investments that the pension committee will make. And it is a challenging piece. There's a lot of work around ESG, and the pension committee has certainly had discussions and continues to have discussions around environmentally sound investment in terms of that go forward. So that piece of it, it is in the SIP and P of the pension plan. There is language available on the pension plan website to that extent. So
it sounds to me, John, that you've just stuck up your hand and said that this should be a legal responsibility rather than a finance.
Well, it's a pension plan piece, and Jerry, of course, as well as Renee Towns are representatives of management on the pension plan. But within the you have to keep in mind that there is an underlying obligation to provide for employees in their retirement. And so there are sound management principles around what should or should not be invested in, which is really a long-term component of it. So ESG is certainly on the table there.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll just
go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll just take it back to what Renee said, right? In terms of our investment strategy, it's not long-term, right? So we put out a tax bill, we get our cash in twice a year, right? And we invest that money. So, what you see that come before council in terms of our reserve balances, that's all invested, right? So everything that comes in through, our cash is committed in some way, shape, or form to operating or to capital, right? And it could be in one of our reserve accounts. But what we're looking to do is park it in a low risk, short-term investment that we can make some margin on that money. Opening our investment policy up to other forms of investment, being green bonds. That could be taken on more risk. Our investment portfolio hasn't lost a dollar to date, so we certainly want to keep that streak going. So I just add that as information as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so the members of the committee understand, green bond, that term, when it's reflected in provincial bonds. So there is a move now. Ontario has issued provincial green bonds. Is more of a marketing component really than anything else. The bonds are standard debt obligations of the province, no different than any other bond. And it's not that we're in buying those green bonds, we're investing in green in any way. What it's doing is essentially indicating that the monies that the province of Ontario raises by selling green bonds are going to its environmental goals and the other things. So it's just a way of raising additional money outside of the general issuance of bonds, but they're exactly the same debt obligation. They're as I said, it's basically a marketing piece in many ways. It's not to say it's wrong, but it does designate funds for specific environmental and other concerns that the province of Ontario, as an example, is pursuing.
And I'll just add, and thanks for that, John. And just to kind of close the loop on the green bond piece, when a municipality, has to, like, green bond is basically just another form of debt. That the repayment of that debt is still raised through property taxes. So just wanted to put that out there as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry. I don't see any further speakers in the chat. So are we ready for the question?
Question.
Question has been called. So Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage. 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent. 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I'm voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
And 8, Councillor Smith. 4, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That motion passes. We are back on the main budget motion at this point. I don't have any further speakers. Are we ready for the question?
Question?
The question has been called. Ian, over to you.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Chair Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage. 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4, and 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That motion passes. So thank you very much to Jerry and everybody else on the finance team for your presentation this afternoon. It's 2:15. Shall we keep going a little bit with HR?
Let's do it.
Seeing nobody object to that, we have Laura Nolan with us. We have a presentation first. Go ahead, Laura. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. I'm Laura Nolan. I'm the Acting Executive Director of the Human Resources and Corporate Communications Business Unit, and I'm really pleased to be here this afternoon to present our budget for 22-23. I have the HRCC management team here with me this afternoon. I'll introduce them as I go along. And I also have Britt Wilson on standby in case I lose power. All good in Cole Harbour so far, but we have a backup plan. Britt will step in if necessary. So next slide, please. So this will be your first time seeing HR and CC together as a business unit. We're a newly realigned business unit consisting of human resources and corporate communications, and we'll be adding corporate safety to our team on April 1st, 2022. So the three teams have a common mission of providing innovative, practical strategies and solutions that address business needs and promote service excellence. We're really pleased with this new structure because these three teams have a similar function of providing strategic advice and subject matter expertise to help the organization in meeting its objectives. The three teams collaborate regularly and have done a lot of great work together in the past, and we're really looking forward to seeing this new structure in action over the next fiscal year. Next slide, please. So I'll walk you through our service areas, starting with the Executive Director's Office. Currently, that's me on a 90-day acting opportunity. And also in the Director's Office, Executive Director's Office as a coordinator and admin assistant, providing overall leadership to the HRCC team. Next up, we have Employee Relations. That's actually my home position as Director of Employee Relations, but we have Grace Aldridge in there on a term backfilling for me. So the Employee Relations team consists of our Client Services team, which is our frontline staff that are out in the business units supporting with recruitment and day-to-day HR functions. We have our Labor Relations team that supports the organization with collective bargaining, grievance management, collective agreement interpretation. And we have our Conflict Resolution team who provides advice and support with conflict and harassment, as well as training on due diligence and workplace assessments. Next slide, please. So next up, we have our Total Rewards team. We have Britt Wilson as the director. Total Rewards is a partnership of Employee Services and Total Rewards. They're the first point of contact for the MyHR service. They also manage the benefits and pension program and compensation strategy and design, as well as our very popular Kudos employee recognition program. Next up, we have our organizational, Next up, we have our organizational development, health and wellness team with Tatiana Zatezalo as the director. So this team is responsible for corporate training, program and policy development and rollout, as well as employee health and wellness strategies at work. Next slide, please. Next, we have corporate communications, which is led by Brett Murphy as the managing director. Just one second, my slides out of order. So corporate communications has staff in 4 divisions, including public affairs, marketing, internal communications, and print services, as well as client strategists that are assigned to various business units in the organization. This division is responsible for administering all aspects of the municipality's communications activities with our internal and external audiences. And lastly, we have our newest addition as of April 1st, our corporate safety team. This team is responsible for developing safety initiatives as part of the corporate safety strategy, and they're currently being led by Mike King as the team lead. Next slide, please. Very happy to walk through some of the successes of the team. And actually, I'm going to start with one that isn't on the slide because it's late breaking news. Very pleased to advise that HRM has been chosen as one of Atlantic Canada's top employers for 2022. So this announcement was just made yesterday. Actually, I see an HRM all just went out moments ago. We were chosen for our pension, our mental health support, and our internal development opportunities, including the Aspiring Leaders and Bridging the Gap program. So we're very excited about this recognition. Next up, I'll talk about our corporate health and wellness workplace strategy. So this was a strategy that was developed by our health and wellness team and rolled out to the organization over the past fiscal year with a focus on promotion, prevention, and care. We also transitioned our corporate safety, occupational health and safety training program to online over the last fiscal year, and we've had a lot of success with implementing 5 modules so far and a few more to come over the next year. Our client-centric service model is our new model in corporate communications. As I mentioned, these communications client strategists that were developed over the last year. So they've been assigned to partner with business units as the first point of contact for any corporate communications needs. That's been rolled out over the last year. We're receiving very positive feedback from our client groups, and we look forward to monitoring the effectiveness of the success over the next year. Next up is our increase in social media followers. I'll talk a little bit more about this later in the presentation when we get to our metrics, but we have seen an increase across all 3 of our main platforms, so Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Next up is our FlexWork Halifax implementation. So this was a massive undertaking of our entire team that was rolled out in the last fiscal year. It coincided with a return to the office for our staff that had been working from home. It's a program where employees can apply for flexible hours of work or location. And so far we have 635 employees who have approved arrangements under this program. Many of them include work from home for up to 2 days a week or work from an alternate location, and also variable work hours, including the compressed work week. So we're monitoring the success of that program, but we're really pleased with the uptake to date. Next up, our corporate safety team once again was busy. They rolled out our 7 steps to work safe work practices and their lockout, tagout corporate procedures over the last year. And our next success is our 1,577 jobs filled. This is an increase of 30% over last year. It has been an exceptionally busy year for our recruitment team. We have about 9 HR generalists. So if you think about 175 competitions on average for each of those staff, it was an exceptionally busy year, and we're really pleased with the work of that team and moving forward with all of those jobs. And finally, we had just over 8,000 service requests to My HR. So that's an increase of 25% over the last 2 years. Next slide, please. So I'll just walk you through some of our current and planned initiatives. I'll start with our people, engaged and skilled people. Starting under strategic human resource planning, we have 4 goals for the year, including our employee learning and development, where we'll be moving forward with our training needs assessment program and putting the results of that in action over the next year. We have our employee engagement survey. We've just launched that. It's called Share Your View in 22, and it's out now for employees to complete and provide their feedback. It closes on February 22nd, so our focus over the next year will be on moving forward with actioning the results from that survey, as well as comparing to the last time we did the survey, which was in 2018. Next up, we have our succession planning rollout. So we've developed a great succession planning tool for the organization. It's been communicated to the organization, but we'll do a formal launch this coming fiscal. And finally, we'll be working closely with our partners in IT to support the launch of a new intranet, so we can ensure our internal employees have access to timely and relevant information. Next slide, please. Okay, so under our people, diverse, inclusive, and equitable environment, we have 3 goals. We have our employment equity program. So work is well underway on this. We've had a committee up and running for a year, and we're moving forward with some longer term goals under the employment equity program. The accommodations policy, we're working with our friends in diversity and inclusion, and we have a dedicated resource on the labor relations team that's working on a policy and supporting documentation for the organization in terms of its legal duty to accommodate employees and job applicants. And lastly, we have, again, working with our partners in diversity and inclusion on the supporting the anti-Black racism strategy. That strategy has a number of training components, so we're working closely with them on that. We're also very pleased to advise that we're launching an Aspiring Leaders program for African Nova Scotian employees and employees of African descent in March of 2022. So we're quite pleased with that and looking forward to seeing that moving forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so under our people, healthy workplace, talk about a little bit about the enhanced workplace culture. So under that goal, we're continuing to implement in a meaningful way the recommendations from the ESR and KPMG work. Those recommendations have really guided everything that we're doing, and we look forward on moving forward with those goals over the next year. I already talked about the corporate health and wellness workplace strategy, so we'll be working with our business unit partners to implement that strategy over the next year. And for corporate safety, we have a couple of items here. Our workplace violence prevention program, we're going to look at revamping the policy and the supporting procedures and tools over the next year. Workplace safety assessments, we have a goal of completing 20 in the next fiscal year. And we also look forward to updating the respiratory protection program to ensure that we have incorporated the latest CSA standards. Next slide, please. Next up is under responsible administration, community focus. So the community engagement strategy. Our corporate communications team has taken the lead in establishing a corporate community engagement strategy for the organization. The key deliverables are corporate guidelines for public engagement, a revised engagement strategy, and accompanying tools and resources. I'm pleased to sit on the steering committee of this initiative along with my partners Tracy Jones Grant and Kelly Denty. We have a project charter in place, guidelines developed, and the project will move forward with an estimated completion of June 2023. Next slide, please. Next, we'll talk about our Halifax goals. HRCC is pleased to support a number of Halifax goals, including increased staff capacity for implementation. So we've been working closely with Shannon to staff up her team. We're well on our way to having a full team there, and it's been a big priority over the last year. And our Halifax communication strategy, we have a team within corporate communications that's supporting Shannon and her team on creating a longer-term community strategy or communication strategy for Halifax, creating greater awareness of the climate action plan, the organization's role in advancing it, and also the role of residents and partners in the community to achieve our objectives. We're looking to awareness building that will lead to action. So all teams within corporate communications are engaged in this important work. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll look at a few of our KPIs. The number of training attendees is one that has declined over the past year, and that's simply due to the public health restrictions and having in-person training. We have slightly higher numbers in 20 and 21, but that was a couple of specific online programs that were mandatory, including a COVID-19 training. So that's why that number is higher, even though that was during pandemic times. But we're certainly looking forward to getting our corporate training numbers back up over the next year. And we've adapted to provide a bunch of customized training for business units in a virtual form over the last year. The number of health files, you'll see a spike this past year. Our workplace, our health and wellness team have been very busy. We received 950 files this year, and that is directly connected to the pandemic. So supporting employees through illness due to COVID-19. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is talking about our growing engagement via social media. So you'll see, as I mentioned earlier, all three of our platforms are seeing growth. So we're seeing some benefits as part of our social media strategy to improve the content and its relevance to our followers and to better coordinate our efforts to communicate with residents. We're monitoring what's resonating with the public to tailor communications in the future. And we do have a social media management tool coming that will help us have better metrics moving forward. In the past, we've had some real successes with our Cogswell project launch and the Moving Forward Together plan with transit. Next slide, please. So this slide is talking about our growing engagement via Shape Your City Halifax. So we've seen a slight increase this year in terms of our registered participants. So Shape Your City is HRM's engagement hub for residents. We do continue to see some growth here, and we expect to see the engagement continue to grow as more of the projects that resonate with the public are shared on this online platform. Next slide, please. Okay, next I'll talk about the budget. So the overall increase to our proposed budget is in the bottom right there, $631,900. That's mainly due to compensation increases that will be discussed in more detail as we move through the slides. The next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows the breakdown of human resources and corporate communications. We have our corporate safety team included in the human resources numbers. So our budget is 2/3 human resources, 1/3 corporate communications. Next slide, please. So you'll see some big numbers here, and this is simply due to our realignment. So HR would have started last year with 65 FTEs. We've transferred in 25 from corporate communications and 3 from corporate safety. We've also inherited 2 FTEs, one from IT and one from finance. We've had 3.6 changes throughout the year with our public affairs advisor, a new HR generalist position that was part of the resource funding plan in order to help with all the recruitments coming out of the corporate projects, a total rewards generalist, which is also connected to all the hiring and the compensation requests that come along with that, as well as 0.6, which is an accommodation specialist that we have with us here until the end of 2022. So included in the budget change are 4 converted positions, as well as a labor relations specialist, which was planned for 21-22, but unbudgeted. Next slide, please. Okay, so the summary of changes here, because of the corporate safety alignment happening after, like, kind of late in the game, you'll see that 341,900 at the top as looks like a new cost, but it's actually a transfer coming from CCS. So when you take that out of the 631 at the bottom, the change is actually in the range of 290,000 or 2.7% increase. Next slide, please. So we have included one request for an over, which is for a new director of corporate safety. So as we're taking corporate safety from CCS, we want to make sure that we give it the time and attention that it needs to grow our tiny team of 3 into a fully functioning safety division that can help grow the safety first culture and address any potential risks that we may have. Next slide, please. I believe that's the end. So very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura, for that presentation. At this point, nobody has requested to speak, so I'm just waiting for names to start popping up in the chat. That was a fairly comprehensive presentation. I appreciate all of the work that you and your team have put together for this. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Would you be able to put the motion on the floor?
Of course, Mr. Chair, put the following motion on the floor that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to incorporate the Human Resources and Corporate Communications proposed 2022-23 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the company report dated January 26, 2022, and supporting presentation into the draft 2022-23 operating budget. So move.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Let's see. I'm going to start at the end and move back. My first question is on your over. Could you explain your request for a new FTE, Director of Corporate Safety? Is that so? Does that position exist now? You're adding that? I didn't understand when you explained that. Is that one person that you're looking at?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, no, that position does not exist. So right now our corporate safety team is 2 safety specialists plus 1 team lead. And with the transition of the team over to HRCC, we have introduced it with a reporting relationship directly to the executive director. But we do feel the team needs some dedicated leadership and oversight in order to grow the program. So it is a position that does not exist at this point.
And you're talking about one position at 154,000.
Yes.
And if you don't get this position, what happens? How do you handle it?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, we will have to look at our options for how we can fit the team within our current structure and ensure that it has the proper leadership and oversight.
But those involved in the 2 safety specialists, the 1 team lead, they're 100% focused on safety for all of their business units. Is that correct? Is that how that works?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, correct.
All right. Mr. Chair, I'll come back. I just want to get some thought on this one. Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, as we're going through, we're seeing the transfer of positions or responsibilities between units, and that, we see, as you were pointing out there, Laura, that there's an increase, but it's not really an increase because it's a transfer from another unit. How are we, I'm assuming on the other unit, we see the corresponding decrease. I'm just wondering how all of these kind of get tracked, because as as we're starting to go, we're only at the beginning. I imagine there's a lot for us to kind of be like, okay, so that's down, that's up. Is there, I'm just wondering if someone can let me know if there's a kind of simple way of tracking these corresponding increases and decreases.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Yes. So you, in the CCS business unit, you would see a line item of transferring out of their business unit. Now, the CCS also transferred out the 311. So they would have a large, so that their number wouldn't directly correspond to our number, but it would be included in that. So it would be done behind the scenes by our finance folks to move the funds once all is said and done.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cuttle. Does that cover your concerns?
Well, I'll be keeping an eye out, but I think, as you go along, it's hard to go back and forward and kind of see how all those things match up. But I appreciate that it is all happening behind the scenes and being tracked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much for this presentation, Laura. Just to follow up with what Councillor Cuttle said, I'm in the same position where, I'm trying to follow along. It's kind of like the snakes and ladders, right? You go up and then you go down, you go up and go down. So it's a little bit confusing to understand, are we actually getting, how far up is the net gain from a staff perspective, and where are we losing staff, and if we are at all. And so I'm just trying to follow along with this. And I don't know if it's anyone else is seeing this, but it may be beneficial actually to have one grid that presents to us the actual net gain that we're looking for, and how we can follow along with all the different business units that are being shifted, because really that's all it is. It's a transition. So anyway, that's just something I just wanted to address. My question, and this won't be any surprise to the corporate communications folks, but I want to drill down into the rural experience again, because as corporate comms is well aware, I continue to forward questions and suggestions and ideas for how it is that we could actually better reflect the rural reality. You just go through the Facebook pages for Halifax Gov, the Facebook posts, and literally you will not see one that addresses the reality for rural residents or rural businesses. But yet when I look at, the statement from corporate comms, it very clearly says the primary focus for corporate communications is to promote and protect the Halifax brand by nurturing a positive image and reputation for the municipality through all communications channels. And I think what we're neglecting to do here is reflect the reality of the citizens, the residents, the businesses that we are here to serve. And so I would like to have I'd like to receive a commitment from corporate comms that they are doing their best to incorporate the needs and the understanding of the rural experience within HRM. And I'd like to see a real shift. And we talked about this last year. Here I am again, bringing this up again. I would like to see a real commitment to recognizing what it is that rural residents and businesses need from HRM. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. Thank you for your comments. I'd like to let you know we are developing a corporate rural communications strategy. It's being informed by survey data collected by Parks and Recreation as part of their rural recreation strategy. And also the feedback that you share about the Facebook posts is being taken extremely seriously. We're going through with fresh eyes and looking at our posts and saying, okay, I've never looked at this before. I'm a resident. I want to see how I find this, and we're going through step by step. And if something is not clear, we're taking steps to fix that. We agree with you. The last thing we want to see is everyone call 311 and then they call 311 and they say, oh no, that's not us. So we want to make sure people know who to call and when, and to have clear and concise communication. So your feedback is very valuable, and we are taking it to heart and moving forward with those changes. So.
Excellent. I understand using the survey results from the rural recreation strategy. That's helpful. But it's more of a reactive approach than a proactive approach. And so please reach out to the rural counselors, the counselors that represent these rural communities, especially the ones that are divided by county lines, because it's, these communities are split. And so, it's really helpful for us to be able to work together. So I'm here and I'll just keep sending those messages, but let's continue to work together on this. Thank you so much, Laura.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see any further speakers in the chat. I'm wondering if we're ready for the question on the main motion.
Question.
Thank you. The question has been called. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage. 1.
In favor.
Thank you. 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. That motion passes. To answer the question from Councillor Daigle Gammon, she put it in the chat. Do we vote on the over separately? That would have needed to be brought up as a motion during the discussion. So at this point, because nobody brought it forward, there is no motion and no vote on that. Does that make sense, Councillor Daigle Gammon?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Laura, and everybody in the HR team. And yes, Councillor Austin is correct that someone could still put it forward if they wish. But again, I haven't seen anybody do that yet or be interested. So again, thank you, Laura, and to the HR team. It is now 20 to 3. Council, we can continue with IT or we can take a 10-minute break.
Let's go before the IT breaks down.
Thumbs up or thumbs down to take a break?
5-minute break.
The thumbs up have it. Let's take a break. We will, let's take 10 minutes and we will come back at 2:50. This will give everybody enough time to gas up their generators and reboot their computers and reset their modems and all of that good stuff. So we will see you back at 2:50. Thank you very much, everybody.
Good afternoon. It is now 2:50. We'll be taking down the holding screen and returning your microphones and cameras. Chair Russell, you can restart the meeting on your call.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. So at this point, I'd like to resume, but I'd like to ask all of the councillors again to just turn on your cameras for just a minute to let us know that you're here and make sure that we have enough people back and still with us. And I'm not seeing everybody back yet, so I'm just going to hold off for another minute. Okay, it's 2:41. I would like to continue with the meeting. At this point, we have the last item on the agenda as far as business units go, and so this is IT, and we have David Thorpe with us. Good afternoon, David. It's a pleasure to meet you virtually. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is David Thorpe, and I'm the Chief Information Officer here at HRM. I'm still somewhat new to the organization, having just joined us in September. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today and provide you with some insights into the IT department's plans for the coming year. So our mission is focused on enabling HRM to leverage technology to make good decisions, drive efficiencies, and support residents of the municipality in accessing services. So over the last several months, I've been working with the IT team to understand our current state and begin developing plans for how we will enhance our practice and support HRM in meeting its strategic priorities. Some of the key themes that we've identified are a need for stronger and deeper relationships with business units throughout the organization. We want to perform a review and enhancement of all our functions. Refresh of significant portions of our infrastructure, expanding data-driven decision-making opportunities throughout the organization, and establishing and reporting on a broader set of performance metrics. So to accomplish these goals, we've already begun taking some first steps. So first and foremost, we've restructured the department to align our working groups better with how the organization consumes our services. So the IT leadership team now comprises 5 director and 1 program manager role. So since my start in September, we've hired new people in all 5 of the director roles, 3 of whom just started their roles this week. So we're very much a group that's somewhat under new management. My focus as CIO is on the development of our IT strategy, ensuring we have the right people, processes, and tools in place to support the organization. Our cybersecurity team is led by Bruce Rosen. So this group focuses on managing and mitigating risks to the organization posed by cybersecurity threats. Critically important in their work is constantly striking the delicate balance between protecting the organization, but still enabling it to function productively. Our architecture and infrastructure group is led by Daryl Hills. So they steward the standards that guide our selection of technology solutions and manage and maintain the infrastructure which runs all our applications and services. Our strategic planning and delivery group is led by Martha Wilson. They manage the portfolio of projects which implement and augment technology-enabled business solutions that assist all our business units in meeting strategic priorities. Our data analytics and visualization group is led by Paul Schaffelberg. So they develop strategies and create solutions which facilitate data-driven decision-making by both internal and external stakeholders. It's also the group that enhances and maintains our public-facing web presence, halifax.ca. Our service management and operations group is led by Corinne McCormick. They're responsible for the ongoing support enhancement of both end-user and enterprise-wide hardware and software solutions. And our business foundations program is led by George Heyman. So SAP is a cornerstone system through which extensive areas of HRM business are managed. The Business Foundations program is a multi-year initiative to upgrade core services within the SAP application while assisting business units to further leverage this technology. In addition to these changes, we've also reinstituted a critical role for us, which is our business relationship manager role. So these individuals will be working directly with various business units to understand their strategic plans, assist them in leveraging technology, and develop business cases to demonstrate the benefits to the organization. We've also begun filling some of the significant numbers of outstanding positions, vacancies that we have. So looking at some of our successes from the past year, as I mentioned, we've restructured the department to better align ourselves with serving the organization's needs. We implemented a new IT service portal to make it easier to access IT services. We implemented public Wi-Fi at Portland Hills, Sackville, and the Mumford bus terminals. We had several successes within our data and analytics practice. So we developed tools for measuring and monitoring winter operations and analyzing calls to the solid waste team. We supported the corporate planning office in obtaining accreditation with the World Council on City Data. We developed the road safety dashboard, which appears on halifax.ca. So this solution leverages data published to our open data program, which is also an area that saw great growth this past year. We supported the corporate planning office throughout the year with their reporting needs, managed the transfer of road and service exchange data into HRR systems from the Provincial Department of Transportation and Active Transport, and we provided 3-month work term opportunities for 7 students. We supported the CAO office and public safety advisor in developing an application to highlight the Mulgrave Park community, collaborated with the planning and development staff to refresh the current internal land use planning application, and performed a significant upgrade to the HRP records management system. One additional sort of late-breaking success from this week is we've implemented a significant enhancement to halifax.ca, implementing some more sophisticated Google search capabilities to make the site a little bit easier to use. So looking at our current and planned initiatives, so this past year we had one main priority, which was the digital strategy. Now this is our overarching driver of all of our activities and truly speaks to our purpose. We recognize that we're a support function whose focus is to facilitate business units and leveraging technology to deliver services to residents and perform their functions as efficiently as possible. In doing so, we endeavor to ensure that all of our activities are tied directly to a business-related income. They're value-driven, providing the right size and complexity of the solution to the problem we're trying to solve, and transparent to and collaborative with the entire organization. This year, we've added an additional priority, the technology accessibility strategy. So this is in support of the municipality's accessibility strategy. So we will work this year with the Accessibility Strategy Task Force to ensure that solutions that we implement provide benefits to all residents. So within Halifax, many of the initiatives will leverage technology to gain insights, make decisions, and potentially leverage technology solutions. Several initiatives have already identified IT as a supporting function, such as the community-wide EV strategy, the initiative to improve emergency management communication and coordination, and the high-level risk assessment for critical infrastructure. So throughout the year, we will actively engage with all the Halifax initiatives as they progress. So looking at our key performance indicators, as you can see that the metrics that we currently have in place are very focused on service management. So this is an area that we are looking to expand quite a bit over the coming year so that we can provide greater transparency and accountability for all of our work across all of our teams. So over the last year, we had 31,000 requests to our service desk, which is up a little bit from the past year. Within that, we had a 96% customer satisfaction rate, which is a great number, but we do have to temper it a little bit because we had a fairly small sample size with less than a 10% response rate. So in addition to continuing to provide good service, looking to increase that response rate will be a focus for us this coming year. So our next metrics, we have an average of 1.85 IT devices per supported employee. I recognize that can be a bit of a difficult metric to interpret. It's meant to show trends in the number of devices that IT supports in the organization. So overall, we have approximately 6,200 devices for which we provide support. We're seeing an average of 9.89 visits to our website per capita. And again, looking at sort of a total there, we had over 4.5 million visitor sessions on the site this year. So next, moving in to our actual operating budget. So the next 4 slides will speak to that. So the summary slide, you can see that our total budget is $31,417,900, which includes a $4.57 million increase from last year. There are a couple of main drivers in that increase. So first, we've had over $3.3 million increase in operating costs for the support and licensing and hosting of previously implemented software solutions. We've also seen a $1.83 million increase in our operating staff costs. Now, 9 of those positions are actually positions that were moved from being in capital to being in operating. So that's a total of $995,000. So those are not new costs or new positions. They're just being categorized differently to be more transparent on their actual purpose. But we have added 8 additional roles, totaling approximately $987,000. Some of these increases are partially offset with decreases totaling approximately $650,000. Go to the next slide. So here you see our budget broken down amongst the individual service areas. So again, the bulk of our increase you'll see is split between the service management and operations and architecture and infrastructure groups. So this is where the $3.3 million increased software support costs actually sits. Most of these groups also had some staffing increases as well. The reduction in the CIO office is from the movement of HRM sponsorship of Volta to the CAO's office, the transfer of 1 position to another business unit, and vacancy management. The data analytics and visualization group have an increase from 2 new roles and small increase in software costs. The strategic planning and delivery group's increase is all staffing. So 7 of the 9 roles that were moved from capital sit there, plus they had 2 net new positions. The cybersecurity group has a small decrease due to the transfer of some software support costs being moved to another team, and that offsets their addition of 1 additional role. So looking at our staff counts. So as Jerry mentioned this morning, at this time last year, IT was part of the finance business unit. So over the last year, IT moved from finance to the people communications and IT business unit, and then to a distinct department reporting directly to the Deputy CAO of Corporate Services. So that's the source of such a large number of transfers. So with transfers out, we had 1 position that was moved to the HR and Corporate Communications business unit. We had transfers in of 123.1 operating and 32 capital positions. So the 0.1 FTE is to cover a short-term student position with our service desk. We had 8 new operating positions added. We had 1 new capital position created, and then the 9 positions that were previously budgeted in capital, which are now being budgeted under operating. And then last on the budget, this is a summary slide of all these individual changes from last year. So again, we had a $1.8 million increase from the 9 positions moved from capital and 8 new resources put in place. An $8,000 recovery as licensing costs from a system we provide for Halifax Water. $260,000 transfer of HRN's funding of Volta to the CAO's office. $200,000 decrease in the funding needed for equipment refresh. $197,000 decrease in licensing costs from us switching products in our scheduling initiative. The $2.1 million increase from our adoption of SAP S/4HANA. A $670,000 increase in our Microsoft products licensing. $275,000 in ongoing costs from the parking technology solution. And $262,000 from other small system contract cost increases. And then $84,000 in miscellaneous adjustments. So yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to walk you through that, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, David and Heather, for that presentation. Mayor Savage, are you able to put the motion on the floor?
I will. I get some questions about it, but I'll put it on the floor. It's recommended the Budget Committee direct the CAO to incorporate the information technology proposed 22-23 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying report and presentation into the draft 22-23 operating budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Stoddard. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I want to thank you for the presentation, David. Let me see if I can get you on. There you are. Okay. So you've been with us since when? September?
September, yes.
Yeah, I hear some great things about you, and which is great.
Thank you very much.
My concern, and this, a lot of this isn't necessarily your fault, but I was looking at the 2016-17 budget when IT was part of FICT back then, but the IT budget was 17 million. In 5 years, if we approve this budget, we'll have gone from 17 million to 31 million plus. And every year I hear wonderful things are going to happen with IT, and then every year we seem to have issues, whether it's with website, whether it's with new systems in planning, or a whole host of other things. And this is and at that time in 2016, according to, and this may have been caught up in other aspects of FICT back then, corporate planning or somehow connected, but back then the number from FTEs listed for IT was 114. We're now looking to go to 161. I don't see a lot that tells me really in simple terms what we're going to get for this money. Are we on the right track? It's not fair to ask you why we've spent so much money and seen so little in return, it seems to me. But this is a lot of money. And so I'm just wondering, what are we going to get for this investment, David?
Through you, Chair Russell, to the Mayor. Thank you very much, first for your kind words and for your question. So again, it's true, I have difficulty speaking to the early stages of your question. But I do believe, like most organizations over the last 5-10 years, you have seen the IT function move from previously being just a provider of direct services, and now moving much more to a strategic thing that can be leveraged by business units to run their businesses better. So I think in the recent years, we've put in place some fairly significant systems to help business units do that, and we'll be continuing to do so. So I do believe that there is a need to make sure that we have that perspective guiding all the work of IT. That should not be technology-driven decisions that are happening. They should all be business-driven decisions, which is what's led us to restructure the group the way we have and put back in place those critically important business relationship management roles. It's very important that everything we do is business driven and has business cases behind it to prove it. So we should never be putting in technology for technology's sake, but again, making sure that it's business directed.
So your IT is sort of incorporated into everything we do in the municipality. You're involved in the big projects like Cogswell. You're involved in, probably parking and Wi-Fi and all that sort of stuff. I'm just struggling a little bit. This is a lot of money, and it's a big ask in a tough year. And we're going to be putting a lot of faith in you, it seems to me, David. And it's not fair for me to ask you why we've spent so much in the last number of years and not gotten the results. I mean, we heard earlier today about the Halifax.ca website can be very difficult to navigate. There's a lot of things here that I think that need to be done, and I guess they're probably going to take up some money and effort. It's a pretty significant ask in a tough budget year. but I appreciate the leadership that you're going to provide to this organization. Let me just ask you this. Of the people who were on the presentation, the directors and stuff, how many of those are new people? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 people.
So all of the 5 directors are new. So
all 5 of them are new.
Yes, since December, 3 of whom literally moved into their roles this week.
So of the 8 directors, 5 of them are new since December.
Yes.
Wow, since Santa Claus. Wow, holy cow. That is a big turnover, and I guess it does indicate the work that we have ahead of us. Thank you, David.
Thank you. As well, a big reason why we would like to, again, I take your comments very seriously that we do need to be continually providing value. Adding and augmenting and regular reporting on performance metrics will be a focus for us this year because it is important that the business.
Anyone else having trouble hearing him? I can't hear him at all.
I'm sorry, Becky. Yes, we are doing okay as far as being able to hear.
Can't hear anyone.
David
I'll try
and the mayor.
signing out and in again.
Go ahead, David and the mayor.
I'm good. Thank you very much. I've said my piece for now. I just want to indicate that, you know, this is a lot of money that we're looking for here, and we're going to have big demands on this. And it's a big ask. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. David, welcome to HRM. Nothing like starting, did you say in September you started?
Yes.
And you jump into budget and we blame you for everything went wrong in IT. How'd it go? That'd be. So, but all kidding aside, welcome. So I want to just kind of build on what you were just saying. I think what's missing from this is we need to understand how do we measure the successes in IT. And you alluded to, you know, maybe more reporting and performance management. Did we lose David, or he's just off the screen there? Sure, there he is. Sorry.
Sorry.
We need to understand other departments. It's easier to measure success. There are measurements that are quite obvious. It's not that obvious when it comes to IT that clear. So I think as we move forward, we need to look at how do we measure that success and how do we make sure we're getting bang for the buck, as the mayor alludes to. But my original reason for wanting to come in was more related to cyber security. I don't know if this is a question for you or Bruce, but you know, the world has changed, and we hear all over the world, you know, the attacks on corporations, on healthcare, and on governments. And for most of us, you know, we turn on our computers, we go to a piece of software that we utilize, and every department does that. Until something happens, we don't think about it. And I'm not sure if we, you know, can you speak at a high level, at least today, or you or Bruce, about what we're doing on cyber security? I'm also thinking, Mr. Chair, that we at some point in time, not suggesting today, we may have to go in camera at some point in time and have a conversation around cyber security and really understand, you know, how many attacks, how many threats have there been, how many times have we stopped those threats, where are we with that? Because as we stop those threats today, we know that tomorrow there's going to be a new threat. So I don't have an understanding of how big those threats are, and what is the plan if we do all of a sudden. You know, we get shut down one day and then we have to put up a ransom, and we see that happening around the world. So maybe David, you or Bruce at a higher level, but I plant the seed, and if I need to, I can bring a motion to come back to a later date to go into camera and get all the details.
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. Thank you very much for your question. So your first comment on the value of IT and measuring that, again, I do take that very seriously. The value of IT needs to be tied not to technology, but to the contribution to the business. So I think what you'll be seeing from us is a lot more messaging. It's where building the relationships with the other business units is going to be a prime focus for us. Because again, technology for technology's sake doesn't provide value. It's right. What's it doing to help move the business ahead that's going to be the most important.
And on that too, you know, when we talk about planning, we've taken a lot of heat on processing planning, and then we hear about new software coming in and that software not executing as well as it should. The reason they bring the new software in is that to make it easier and to execute better. That's an IT element, right? So and so each business unit has an IT element. So we think better reporting and understanding that will be useful. David, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And again, with cybersecurity, you're correct. There's a level of detail that's probably not appropriate to speak to publicly. But I can tell you, so the group has done a lot of work over the past year or so in developing what is our cybersecurity framework. So that speaks to our general practices and policies and procedures. As well, we have an extensive number of tools that run within our infrastructure to guard against attack, find them and help mitigate them. One of the big focuses you'll be seeing moving forward, but one of the bigger worries we have from the attack vector is actually people. So, there's the physical tools that are in place to protect our infrastructure, and we have those at a level you would expect an organization like us to have. Our bigger concerns are, or more frequent concerns are, people like clicking on sales when they show up in their inbox, and that's the vector that gets us into ransomware problems or other of those types of things. So we're putting a lot of focus on education in the coming year. That we already have cybersecurity training as part of our standard training. We're looking to enhance that and put tools in place that will actually help us assess how well the education is taking place and how well people are following it.
Thank you. I see that the chair mentioned in the chat that he's requesting, see if we can organize some separate meeting to get into the details of this. And so I appreciate that. Thank you. And I assure you, when I do my online poker, I use my own computer for that, David. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Tony. David, nice to meet you, and thank you for all the work. And the mayor kind of alluded to it a little bit. It's really hard, coming from the technology world, it's really hard to measure and show the public what actually happens with technology. My technology background is mostly in the field of music, and just little pieces of hardware or even software that you can't even touch cost ridiculous thousands of dollars. If I wanted to buy a music plugin, it would cost like $1,200 to make something sound good. And I think folks don't really understand the impact of just implementing new technologies onto old systems. And I don't know what and how we can do that, but we need to do a better job of really helping folks understand. Yes, we might be spending $10 million in the capital program to deal with the SAP system, but that SAP system actually brings all of the workloads and the organizational pieces together to allow us to pay bills, allow us to communicate with other business units. And we don't really tell that story well. And I don't think IT in general doesn't tell that story well. So I'm happy to hear that there's some work being done to figure that out. But I definitely would encourage us finding a way to share that information. And even looking in our capital program or our capital budget or proposed capital budget within the business systems, so many lines are in the business systems, which some of them are $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, are mostly technology. And again, when residents are looking at this increase and they're seeing we're going to spend $2 million on SAP, we need to be able to tell them, well, just so you know, SAP allows you to pay your tax bill, or SAPs allow us to help you book recreation appointments, even though it's on the program. But anyway, you know what I mean? So I just hope that we can, in the future, just communicate that information so folks actually understand that it's just not us spending willy-nilly for IT. It's actually keeping us together as we grow and as we try to make systems better. So the two questions I have for you was, one, can you just talk a little bit about SAP for HANA? The name is very interesting, and I'm just curious if you can talk. I know a little bit about SAP, but I don't know what the for HANA thing is. And also, I've been a huge critic of the website over the years for many different reasons, publicly and privately. And I do want to say that I feel over the last number of years we've done better on our website. And the one critical area that I have always been criticizing is the search function, which has gotten a lot better. I use that a lot. The only things that I do have issues with is I just like little things like not being able to go to the last search result on the page, or not being able to do an ascending or descending search when you're looking through your results. So little things like that, I think we could do. At one point, we weren't able to do by date. Like I remember 2016, I couldn't do by date when I did a search. So little things like that do help. So I'm just curious on the SAP for HANA, and just if in terms of search results, are we still trying to work on optimizing that?
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. Thank you very much for your questions and your comments. So first, actually, I'm going to talk about the website first. So definitely, I've heard more than one comment and don't disagree that the website could always use some improvements for sure. I think like a lot of organizations, our sites had good use and it's grown organically over time. So you'll see in our business plan, some of our one of our initiatives for this year is to actually establish some better governance to guide us on how we're doing that. So I think we do a very good job on the technology side and making sure the site stays up and runs very well and doing our best to enhance it. Again, that's another great area where we need to make sure we're getting lots of help from our communications partners and other key stakeholders so that the website is really speaking in the tone and the voice and to the audience that we need it to be. So that'll be a review that happens over this year for sure. You caught my one comment earlier. So we did this week put Google search onto the halifax.ca site. So I'd welcome any comments you have when you have a chance to try that, if you feel that's improved. And of course, site search is such a key piece of any site. It'll definitely be something that's continually reviewed, especially this year as we're looking at the overall site architecture and how the information's organized to make sure that it is effective for everyone. So with SAP, again, S4 HANA is actually the latest version of SAP. So HANA itself is a proprietary database that SAP has developed. So their new version runs on their proprietary database. So hence the name as it is, it's a big part of their marketing plan is highlighting that. So effectively, we over time will be migrating all of our SAP function onto this new version with the first pieces happening as part of the program that's been ongoing now. So that's mainly finance functions right now. So we have tax and revenue management as one stream and finance, the accounting and procurement pieces moving out of that. Separately, we have a stream in putting in place Employee Central, which is part of SAP's SuccessFactor human capital management platform. So that's really our first, it's like the foundational piece of it to get the management of all the master data put in place. It enables employees to do some self-service options, helps managers have an easier time of reporting and managing requests from employees are some of the key features there.
Councillor Smith, does that address your questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair, very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, David, for your presentation to council. I just have a few quick questions here. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the project to have Wi-Fi in the bus terminals, sort of the cost and benefits and whether you're going to be expanding that. And also, what do you hope to achieve with the data analytics for the winter operations? Thank you.
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. So yes, we have approximately $100,000 set aside in the coming capital plan to further expand public Wi-Fi. This is another great area where we'll be looking to get input from business unit stakeholders like transit and others to guide us on where the next best place is to implement that. In the past, we've used both guidance from business units and leveraged cell phone data from our provider to give us some idea of where high areas of traffic are and where it might be most used. So definitely we'll continue to expand that. For your second question, I'm wondering if Paul Schaffelberg could comment on that.
Thank you, David. Paul Schaffelberg, Director of Data Analytics and Visualization. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Councillor. Winter operations maintenance dashboard, I think is what you're referring to, was really designed to help staff internally within TPW and the road operations team specifically. They always get a large number of questions from citizens, primarily around, the number of total length of streets or the number of sidewalks and sort of where they fall in terms of the different maintenance areas. And oftentimes, to respond to those questions, there would be a certain amount of, inquiries back to GIS, et cetera. And so what we did was we put together a dashboard that really very quickly visualizes this for staff within road operations so that they're much quicker. They can respond to understand, what some of the totals of some of these areas would be, inventories of certain types of assets that are maintained through winter operations. And again, really just trying to streamline from a performance excellence perspective, how quickly we can get back to citizens or councillors, yourselves, et cetera, in looking for that data. So again, a way to visualize it and report back to as quickly as possible.
Great. Thank you both. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Morse. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for this presentation, David, and welcome to HRM. It's great to have you on board. I do want to echo what Mayor Savage said. The price tag is big. So anything that you can do to provide more information, more communications about the work, about the really essential work, as has already been brought up around cybersecurity, and ways that we can further the digitization and visualization of all the work that we're doing. Extremely important. Shout out to everybody that worked on the IMP dashboard. I think that's a great example of how important it is to use the technology to take this really complex information and present it to the public about the good work that we're doing and the advancement of all of these really important projects. So great job there. I would like to concentrate my comments on the use of technology to share information within the Council Support Office. We rely on our council coordinators, of course, to help us through the work that we do to ensure that we're providing service excellence to residents and businesses within our districts. The fact that we do not have SharePoint or access to these, what I would say are, a decade old or more tools that we should be using to create efficiency and provide more effective information management tools, whether it's document storage, document retrieval, document sharing, collaboration tools, and that kind of thing. So I just want to put it on your list that this has to be a higher priority. Counselors are dealing with hundreds and hundreds of pieces of information every single day. And those residents deserve to have quick answers. And if we have access to those tools, those sharing tools and retrieving this information, then it's quick and it's great. And, we can move on and go to the next resident and provide them with the information that they need. So looking at ways to create collaborative shared space, I think that's got to be a priority. And I hope that that's on your list. Better connectivity as well to business units. And some of the work that they're doing. Shout out to everybody that works in the report center. I look at that several times a week. It is an extremely important resource for us to know what's been done, what's on the go, what's the deadlines coming up. I'd love to see a little bit more interactivity and connectivity with some of the other things that we're doing, some of the other larger plans. Green Network Plan is a great example. So Halifax, a great example. So let's use the technology that we have and really explore ways to create better connectivity and visualization for the work that we do. And definitely education. I want to just give a shout out to the fact that, information management, information technology, that's not on everybody's bailiwick, right? We need people many times I'm holding people's hands to help them through the halifax.ca website to find the form or find the information that they need. And so I feel like there's a piece missing from that website to be more of a user-friendly tool that can help people find the information that they're looking for. And I'm sure you're going to hear a lot more about the website in the coming months, but definitely we do need to do more work on that. And the last thing I want to point out is reporting on, various different measures, whether it's data analytics, whether it's how many times people have gone to the website, which we get from our staff reports from a perspective of community engagement. But at the same time, we don't know, the sharing that's happening back and forth. We just know the hits, which could be the same IP address that's hitting the same page for, 50 times. And that's not as meaningful and as deep the information that I think would be beneficial for us to have. I'll stop there, but again, I'm so glad that you're here, David, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. Thank you very much for your comments and your questions. So with the, you mentioned SharePoint in particular, records management. So we do have the Enterprise Content Records Management Project as a planned initiative for this year. That will include broadening our implementation of SharePoint. That'll be the base tool that's used to do that. So we'll be working very closely with the business units there to get that rolled out. Plus, additionally, there are other Microsoft tools such as OneDrive, further expansion of things like how we are using Teams and Microsoft Teams internally, which is an area that we have a group already formed to get that rolled out to the organization. So you should be seeing some positive changes there and advancements and productivity tools across the board, because we definitely need those, and that's an area that will be a very strong focus for us. Again, welcome your comments on the website. As I mentioned, that is an area that will see some activity and a review this year. We will be looking very much at how the site's structured. Really, we need to be identifying who are the key users of the site, what are the tasks they're really trying to accomplish when they come to it, and how's the site being laid out to make achieving what they're trying to accomplish as easy and obvious as possible. So I believe you'll see some good progress there as well. And then with that, we can definitely include looking at the analytics. So we have analyst reporting that happens, as I think you were alluding to. Some of that is fairly complex, maybe a little nerdy, and not necessarily easily consumed by your average layperson. So there's no reason why we can't find ways to provide some information for those who are interested to answer some of those questions.
Okay, that's great. I appreciate it, because we've been waiting for a year now for this shared collaborative space for the Council Support Office. So I'm looking forward to seeing results from that. Thank you.
Yes, and as well, I believe on the capital plan, there's an e-agenda project as well, looking at solutions to specifically help councillors. So.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad things are working right now, because it would be rather embarrassing to David and team, I guess, if we crashed right now, wouldn't it? So, we'll try and keep things moving along, David, while things are good. So listen, thank you for the presentation. Welcome to HRM. I also want to thank a number of people who would report up to you. I mean, we all deal with Corey at one point or another in our job, and obviously he's absolutely outstanding. And I do call the 4444 number occasionally for an issue too, and I've always been treated very politely, professionally, and quickly. So thank you to the team. It's the mayor and the deputy mayor and Councillor Smith sort of dealt on a lot of my concerns about the escalating costs, which are somewhat understandable, but I think the helping us communicate the benefit and quantifying the improvements and this sort of thing. I mean, my colleagues will all roll their eyes when I'll say that a lot of things come down to communication, but they do. And I'm not sure people really really care if when their tax bill comes in the mail, what system did it, or if it was a new system or an old system or a hybrid system or an imported system or an in-house system, but they want to know that it was accurate, faster, easier to understand, these sort of things. So if we could communicate a little bit now and then what we're trying to do and try and quantify what we're doing and the benefit of that, if you will. When I look at the presentation, I look at this and I say, well, there's significant changes, there's significant increase in spending. So there must have been some significant issues and there must have been some significant challenges, but there's also some significant opportunities, and that excites me. So you mentioned all the new folks, but now are they new to HRM or are they new to the position? You can answer this all at once, maybe. I'm just curious if they're all new to HRM or if they're just new in their positions or both. For years, I've heard that we were going to have trouble implementing things like new mill rates if they were improved by the province for finance, and the staggering of the increases over 3 years. And this is one of the reasons why we had to upgrade our SAP. And so, where are we with SAP being able to be a little bit more robust to do what we need it to do when it comes to taxation, for example? The planning software, I heard that there were some delays, and when it was initially, I think part of it was people working from home, part of it was the pandemic, but also I did hear there were some issues with the new planning software, and it was taking longer for people to get permits than they thought it should have. And we were hearing this from the public. So how are we doing with that software? And of course, with the recreation scheduling software program there, I understand that there were some problems initially with it, perhaps crashing or not being able to be used by all the different partners, etc. So, maybe I need to ask this to finance and to recreation, but could you tell me a little bit about how the implementation of that is going and how the bugs are going, where people can really sign on and register for things and have a one source to register for many programs and many sites, how that's coming along? So just a little update on the new people, the challenges and opportunities, of course, and those software programs that I mentioned. If you could just give me the update on that, and thank you.
Yeah, through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. So thank you very much. Thank you for your positive comments on the team. Definitely, those are folks who strive very hard to provide good customer service, and I'm very grateful to hear that comment back. I also do take very seriously, as we mentioned previously, the need for us to communicate benefits very effectively, tying them to the business initiatives that they're supporting. And again, that should be things you'll see from us in the coming year. So with the new positions that we put in place, so the 5 director roles, they were actually all internal promotions, which is wonderful. So now we'll have a nice cascading effect, hopefully of further opportunities for people within the group. So that way, people are coming in already knowing the organization, already knowing the environment. So that'll help us quite a bit with hopefully moving quickly on the plans that we have for the year. As far as your comments, so on SAP, so we do, I could refer you a little bit to, we had put a briefing note into council earlier this year, but we do have sort of the 3 streams executing. The taxation piece, I think you mentioned in particular, it's currently, we're working through what the final launch date will be for that. It's likely going to be sometime in the summer of this year. As far as the permit software, again, there is a release that's being worked upon now, which I believe is incorporating some of the feedback that I think you're referring to try and help make things a little bit easier. I honestly, off the top of my head, can't probably do it justice to give you deep details, but I'd be happy to follow up following this meeting to give you some further details on that. And similarly with the rec scheduling project, so that has been rolled out to, I believe, all but 1 of the areas that are going to be using it, and they're leveraging the services, according to what services their particular location offers. And I'm not aware of any significant problems that are going on now with it. I believe it's been working quite well. But again, that's an area that I could probably provide you some more intricate details if you would like.
Thank you. I just lost power here, so I guess I tempted fate. But thank you very much, David, and best wishes to you and team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Othett. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Chair Russell, and thank you, Mr. Thorpe, for your presentation and for joining HRM in this position. To the mayor's point earlier around, all of the things that we're spending money on in IT, our new parking technology, transit planning, SAP, all the new licenses we have, software as a service, where a lot of that previously owned software is moving to, hardware upgrades, security, and all that stuff. So I'm going to put it in the chat here as a motion for a briefing note, but I wonder if we couldn't get more info. And the reason I'm asking for this is I went back and I looked at our old budget books for the last couple of years, and it's hard because we keep moving things around into different departments and now with this most recent. I wonder if it might be useful, to the mayor's point, that the committee of the whole on budget request a briefing note on the details and increases and changes in IT over the past 5 years, including but not limited to full-time equivalents, contracts, software, hardware, et cetera. So basically, if you go back and look 5 years ago at the budget, it's not quite half of what it is now. So we've had this massive increase. So I wonder if someone would be willing to second that briefing note.
Second, Tim.
Thank you, Councillor.
Second by Councillor Othett. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
And just very briefly, no criticism. It's just for transparency's sake, it's hard to tell where everything is and how it's built up over the years. And I completely trust that. I was looking at the capital book the last 2 years, and the amount of new programs and software that we're looking at, all needed. But I think especially for some of my newer colleagues, because they wouldn't have seen a lot of this stuff started coming in 2-3 years ago. And so they've only been counselors for just over a year. It might be useful to have that kind of 5-year history, and to help us understand too where your department is going and how you really do support the entire organization, from the laptops and emails and iPhones that we have to the new transit technology and planning software that we've implemented. So I don't know if you have any comments around that in particular, but I think that kind of information would be really helpful to us.
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor, yes, we would be happy to provide information on our spend. Again, I do recognize that it is a large spend, and it needs to be clearly communicated what the benefits are to that. And especially a lot of our large project initiatives do tie into business units and business functions. They would have had to articulate those in the past in order to get approval. So I think it should be easy information to highlight what the business function is that was requesting the functionality, because no one's came to us and said, we wish to have this particular software product. We're working with them on what their actual needs are, and then helping them together pick solutions that fit the problem or the opportunity that they have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Cleary. Go ahead, Councillor Mancini.
Thank
on
you.
The briefing note.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Councillor Cleary's motion for a briefing note. I think there should be a part 2 to that, David, if I may suggest, because it's not so obvious of the work that your team does. The briefing note is a good starting point, but I like to see almost a scorecard. It's here's all the projects that we're involved in. Here's all the departments we're tied into, and then have an annual report that comes to council outside of budget time. And a check-in, because I think many of my colleagues, and myself included, probably don't understand the complexity and how you touch every department. And there are some departments you don't touch. Is that correct? You're not involved with HRP; they're totally separate. And is that correct? And are there other departments that are separate? You are involved. I'm getting maybe you can speak to that. But I support the briefing note. I'd like to see us have some sort of a scorecard, and then maybe some sort of annual report in council with discussion. And if it goes in council with discussion for that report, at that time we can also choose to go into camera to the details of the cybersecurity and such. So thank you.
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. Yes, we'd be happy to speak to those things. So we do support HRP. HRP does have their own dedicated IT staff who we work with. but our base network and many systems we host for them and work quite closely to support them on an ongoing basis.
Okay, good. Are there any departments you do not support?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay, great. Thank you, David. And again, colleagues, I support the briefing note.
Okay, so thank you. I just am seeking clarity on what Councillor Mancini is asking for. Are you looking to amend the motion, or are you looking for some sort of discussion a little bit later on?
Some discussion later on. I'll come back, and if it needs a motion and regular council time, I'll do that. So maybe David, you and I can chat offline about that. What's the best fit for you? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and
okay, super.
If I may add one more. So I do recognize, and that's what I mentioned in my presentation, looking at our performance metrics, enhancing those and communicating those is a focus for us this year for sure.
Super. Thank you very much. I don't see any further speakers. Just as a reminder, the motion is the Committee of the Whole on Budget request a briefing note on the details of increases and changes on IT over the past 5 years, including but not limited to FTEs, contracts, software, hardware, etc. Seeing no further speakers, are we ready for the question?
Question.
The question has been called on this briefing note. Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oathead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
And 11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. So at this point, we are back on the main motion. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Councillor Cleary, because I was going to ask for that briefing note as well. So lovely to see that. Thank you, David, for the great presentation. And I'll add my welcome to you as well. Earlier today, we were talking about different languages, you know, and sometimes IT is a language all unto itself as well. This $4.5 million change, it is a big ask. And so just for clarity, this question might be for Jerry Blackwood, in that if this gets approved, is this within that physical direction, the physical framework of the 4.6, with 3 being climate change and the 1.6 being on operations? So I could just get some clarity on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Daigle Gammon. The budget that IT has tabled here today is funded within the fiscal direction that Council approved last Friday. So that the money's coming forward is not a tax rate increase outside of what Council has directed we build a budget around.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. One other quick question, David, of the new positions that are projected here, do you see them being filled within the fiscal year?
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. So we have, a fairly aggressive vacancy management plan, partly because we are, as you can tell, we are embarking on making some changes and building some new strategies. We will attempt to hire in a just-in-time fashion. We're not going to hire them all. Definitely, though, what you're alluding to, it has been challenging hiring technology resources in our area. The technology industry has been growing in leaps and bounds, both inside and outside of HRM. So I do anticipate we'll continue to have some challenges in filling all the roles at times.
It seems to me that there's a lot of competition in the corporate world for people of this caliber. If I read these positions in the way that I think I am, then it seems to me that you're in a competitive world to get these positions filled.
Yes, we definitely are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Just to go a little further, I'm wondering, Dave, if you can talk about the impact that COVID has had on IT the last 2 years. And you weren't here for the last 2 years, but maybe you could talk a little bit about it, because we, even as council, we've been relying on a lot of technology, and a lot of other folks have been relying on technology through HRM at home, whether it's screens or phones or printers. So I'm just wondering if some of the increases we're seeing with your budgets in the last 2 years have anything or correlate to COVID. So just wondering if you can talk a little bit about that, and maybe that could be covered in the memo too of how COVID has impacted some of the IT resources and challenges. And the last one, which might be a quick one, is does IT manage Shape Your City, or is that managed somewhere else?
Sorry, could you repeat that one, the last?
Shape Your City, the platform Shape Your City, does IT manage that?
So we have a website that is shapeyourcity.ca, just to make sure that.
Okay. Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. To first speak to the COVID impacts, I definitely, with so many people working from home for the first time, we definitely saw and have continued to see a fairly big uptick in a lot of the support that's been needed. We were in sort of short period, and I wasn't here for that, but deploying hundreds of devices that we hadn't previously to try and support that. So definitely, there's been some increase from that overall. Us particularly as a group, I think we've managed quite well through it. We've been able to work from home fairly effectively. Most of the large systems that we administer, we don't physically touch them anyways. So we're connecting to them virtually, whether that's from a desktop sitting in our office or sitting at home. The team's been just as effective for the most part. And your second question, no, we do not administer the Safer City website.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, who does?
I honestly don't know. Okay. Let me see if I can get that answer for you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, because I kind of went, huh, with that answer as well. It would be helpful to know who does support that. So thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess, following on where Councillor Daigle-Gammon's question was this included in the 4.6? Then, and this won't be popular, but I guess I have to look at the flip side of this, that was this, and this could be a question for Jerry, Jack, as well as David, did we look at implementing these changes, this increase over a couple of years rather than one? If there could be delay in getting hardware, software, there could be delay, as David just said, in hiring people, people we need. Did we look at spacing this out, spreading this out a little bit more, so maybe this could have made the 4.6 proposed increase a little less? So just sort of the flip side of Councillor Daigle-Gammon's question, if you wouldn't mind, and I don't interpret this as not being supportive of the need, but I'm questioning the timing to see if this buys us a little bit more flexibility, if you will, with what is a significant tax increase in many people's mind.
Through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. So first off, councillor, feel free to ask me any questions you like. Again, we're a significant group which has reached out to large parts of the organization. They're completely fair questions, and I welcome all of them. So, no issue there. So as far as if you look at our $4.5 million increase, again, 3.3 of that, just over that, is new operating costs because of systems that were implemented in the past. So as far as our ability to space that out, there really is none short of turning existing systems off. Almost $1 million of it, so 990 some thousand, actually isn't new dollars. So these are roles that when I was going through our budget and our staffing for the first time, they were sitting in capital, and I didn't feel that accurately represented and provided the right transparency for the work that they were doing. So effectively almost 4.3 of the 4.5 right there is those two things. So we do have the 8 new positions. Again, the director roles, it was important to put those in place right away so we have the right team in place to make our plans moving forward. And some of the other ones were either roles that were clear skill gaps that we really need to have in place to run things properly. And you know, some of those will take a little bit of time to put in place, so they won't all be in place right at the beginning of the year.
And you did mention earlier the rollover from capital, and I should have caught on that, and my apologies. But okay, well, this question had to be asked in the interest of transparency, and I appreciate the answer.
Thank you very much. I just want to mention that the lights have flicked here just a couple of minutes or a couple of times in the last minute, so hopefully we'll make it through. That being said, we don't have any further speakers on. No, we do have one more. Councillor Stoddard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just taking Councillor Smith's inquiry a little bit further. Remember when COVID first hit our City Hall? And IT had suggested that they would look at a merger of in-person attendance along with virtual attendance. Would be useful for those who are unable to attend the meeting or unable to because of COVID, a storm or illness, a slight illness. And I'm just wondering if that was still the plan to look at that, or has it been pushed to the back burner? Thank you.
Chair Russell, through you, Chair Russell, to the councillor. I'm honestly, I'll have to get you an answer on that. I'm not sure where that initiative sits.
Okay, I understand.
If I may jump in, that might be something that John or Ian can answer because they have been so involved with this from the beginning. And I see Ian has just popped up. Go ahead.
Chair Russell, through you to the councillor. So we have been working on a hybrid meeting process in our office. We were able to incorporate a phone-in option for individuals who are looking to speak to meetings in person in the fall that we employed on meetings in person. We have ordered some equipment that is currently in and being held up with some of the worldwide shortages across the board. We are expecting to have some pieces in come February, and then we are assessing with our provider for council chambers to allow for hybrid meeting potential. When we have an update on that, we'll provide it to council.
Great. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. And thank you, David. Appreciate your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard, for that. I have no further speakers on the board. So are we ready for the question on the IT budget?
Question.
The question has been called. So Ian, it's over to you.
Beginning with Deputy Mayor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Councillor Oudhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent. 4, Councillor Purdy.
I saw Councillor Kent give a thumbs up. Hopefully that
Thank-
counts in the record.
Yeah, in favor. I'm going between my phone and on the monitor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith. 9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
Counselor Smith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. So we have concluded virtually all of the business of the meeting today. Last item on the agenda is a motion to adjourn. Thank you very much to David Thorpe and everybody on the IT team who was with us today. We really appreciate the information from your team. So can I please have a motion to adjourn?
Stay safe and dry tonight.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. We stand adjourned.